All right, I'm going to start the recording.
Recording in progress.
That's new.
Dr. Longley, I think you're muted.
Thank you, Raji. That's a bit embarrassing. Very good. Good morning. Welcome to the 575th board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I am Carl Longley, chair of the Central Valley Water Board.
Hey, you gotta come out or stay in.
I'm sorry, Denise.
Sorry.
And I'll introduce the other board members in just 1 minute. This is the 8th meeting that we are conducting during the COVID-19 emergency. In order to comply with public gathering limitations and physical distancing requirements, and as authorized by the governor's executive orders, there is no physical meeting room. For people who only want to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. In addition, we are receiving presentations and public comments through a Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment or think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from our staff. If you've not already received a password, you can email us now at, and I'll spell this, AGENDA5, the ampersand at waterboards.ca.gov. That's agenda5 at waterboards.ca.gov. Include speaker comment in the subject line so we can follow up with you. For those in the Zoom meeting, you'll be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. Our meeting host, Gene Coughlin from our IT team, and they need great thanks for all the great work they've been doing. Gene will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you finish speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you'll be placed on mute and your camera will be turned off. We appreciate your patience and understanding during this very extraordinary time that appears to be ending soon. I'll now introduce other board members. Denise Cadera of Allensworth. Denise? Could you wave to the folks? There we go. Thank you. Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. Is Carmen with us this morning?
I have not seen her yet.
Very good. Raji Barr of Bakersfield.
Good morning.
Good morning, Raji. Mark
Carmen
Bradford
is at a medical appointment. She will be joining us momentarily, according to a text I just got.
Okay, good. Mark Bradford of Sacramento.
Morning.
Sean Yang of Sacramento.
Good morning.
All the Sacramento people. Nick Avdis of Sacramento. There's Nick. I see Nick.
Good morning.
And as I've stated, I'm Carl Longley of the grand and glorious city of Fresno. State board member Tam Dudek is participating in this meeting. We'll give an update to the board a little later. I'll now introduce the executive officer who will introduce his staff. Patrick?
Morning, Chair Longley, members of the board, to yet another one of these virtual meetings. We'll have a discussion a little bit later on. I think some of these virtual meetings are coming to a close and we may be shifting to a hybrid model. So I'll be able to introduce my staff in person again, which is far, far preferable to introducing you to the little rectangles on the screen. But for the time being, that's what I'll be doing. On the Zoom call today are Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer, who runs the board's Reading office, Clay Rogers, who runs the Regional Waterboards Fresno office, and Adam Lapitz and JJ Baum, Assistant Executive Officers in the Rancho Cordova office. Kelly Garver, our Administrative Officer, is also on the Zoom meeting platform today, as are attorneys, our attorneys from the Office of Chief Counsel, and those include Jessica Yar, Senior Staff Counsel, David Lancaster, Staff Counsel, Bailey Toft Dupuis, Staff Counsel, and Chris Moskal, who is our fourth attorney, coming to us after doing a little bit of work in the northern part of the state, helping out with a few of our other programs. So we have a full complement of 4 attorneys working diligently on a number of legal issues throughout the region. Mindy Maxwell is unfortunately out this morning with a medical issue. And so we have Janelle once again pinch hitting and helping us out and running the meeting. As always, my thanks go out to Jean and Bob, who are so ably running the digital platform that we've been using for the last year and a half of meetings, believe it or not. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Carl, to proceed with the meeting.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Mark, could you lead us in the pledge?
Sure.
Let's see, are we gonna get it up? Yeah, there we go. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag
of the United
United
States
States of
of
America,
America, and to
to the
the
republic,
for which it stands,
stands
one nation,
one nation,
God,
under God,
indivisible,
is
with liberty and
liberty
justice.
and justice
for all. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 2, board member communications. Do any board members have any statements at this time?
Yeah, Chair Longley, I had a meeting with a member Bradford and representatives from NACWA at a local ag operation here in the Sacramento area, the Sills Ranch, last week to talk about issues related to the ILRP.
Thank you for that. Any further comments? Denise?
I guess I always do, right, Dr. Longley?
That's right.
Let's see. On April 26th, I participated in the 8:30 pre-CV salts workshop meeting with the environmental justice groups. On April 27th, I participated in the workshop from 1 to 4 regarding CV salts in the management zones with the State Water Board. We did our presentation before the State Water Board. May 4th, I was in a Zoom call with Secretary Crowfoot, the Director Nancy Vogel, representatives from Tri-County Water Authority, GSA, Self-Help Enterprise, and Allensworth representatives discussing water quality issues in Allensworth and regional approaches to address the wastewater treatment, flood control, management. A pretty lengthy discussion, but the issues that we're facing here in our area, Tri-County is diligently trying to work with us to deal with flood management, although there's no water now, but just in trying to prepare and see how they can address many of the water issues that we are dealing with in this area and looking at it from a regional perspective. And then on June 1st, I participated in the CV salts. Well, that was the one with the CV salts and the State Water Board. And then on June 11th, I met with Congressman Valadao. He came to Allensworth, wanted to understand some of the issues that we are facing here. So we also had a team of people. We had, again, Tri-County Water Authority participating, Self-Help Enterprise, Tulare Basin Watershed Partnership, myself, and of course my husband was there. He was at the school, and he's the school president, so it was all coordinated. But a good session with Congressman Valadao, and that's all that I have for today.
I'll follow Denise because we were in several of the same meetings. 26th April meeting, I participated with staff in a meeting with EJ representatives regarding CV salts management zone early action plans. 27th of April was participated at CV salts public workshop. I also watched the state board meeting regarding CV salts on 1 June. 29 April, we met with some folks leading up to, and again on 3 May, we met with some folks leading up to the 4 May meeting, focused on water supplies in the Allensworth area. Not only water supplies, but also provisions for wastewater treatment. And one of the focuses, there's a large number of projects, some of them outside of the scope of this board, but there is an effort underway that hopefully will be successful to create a special district of sorts to take care of that area, to be large enough to have sufficient number of connections, both water and sewer, to be able to meet the TMF requirements. That's technical competence, the management and financial requirements that are necessary to have a good system. So, and then I participated in the monthly regional board chairs meeting on both 10 May and 14 June. On 14 June, we had a discussion on what the future is going to look like as we get out of COVID, and we'll be discussing that later. But there are 2 regions in the state, Region 5 and Region 6, that cover a huge area. And what has happened during the past about 1.5 years when we've been using virtual meetings is that in both regions, it has facilitated better participation by folks throughout the state. They don't have to drive, in some cases, 6-7 hours to get to Sacramento to attend a meeting, make a 5-minute presentation, and then go home. That causes them to lose a day or 2 of work. I think that the exercise we've gone through in the last 1.5 years has been frustrating in some ways, but at least for our 2 regions, and some of the smaller regions also have said that they have seen benefits from virtual meetings that need to be retained. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we go forward and how it's tailored. I know it was a very robust discussion. I know the state board chair was heavily engaged and got the message. So it will be, but what comes out of legal and elsewhere, the governor's office is somewhat unpredictable. So we'll see what happens. Any other board members wishing to next statement?
Carl,
Yes.
on the 28th of April, I participated in a call on tribal beneficial use that Elizabeth Betancourt and Meredith Howard chaired. Really productive. I think there were almost 40 participants, and pretty much went through the amendment process for the basin plan and how
Right.
convoluted that is from the tribe's perspective and how long it's eventually going to take. But I think it was a good dialogue. I think one of the conclusions that was reached was that there should be a tribal advisory council set up as soon as possible to avoid conflicts with the fire season, which is already upon us, apparently. So I thought it was a good call, and like I said, had very good participation.
I agree with you. I was in the meeting too, as you know, and that advisory council could be very important. We have to establish better communications with the tribes. there has to be an ongoing dialogue, and that might be one mechanism to do it. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that.
Yeah, and they certainly appreciated the ability to connect remotely to this kind of a dialogue that we had on the 28th, because most of the tribal members are scattered all over Northern California. And there are probably a few who didn't have access because they didn't have internet service, but I thought overall they appreciated the opportunity to do it that way rather than in person.
Right. So once again, we see virtual communications being a way to pull people together. Of course, it's not expected. I mean, I should say as expected. The tribal folks don't all have one view. There's differing views, and I think the advisory council gives us an opportunity to sort those out and try to find a consensus.
Right.
Any further comments by board members? If not, we'll move on to, yes. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 3.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. I thought I heard something, but yes, I hear you now and see you. John, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. I want to share with the board and our community that I met up with our coalition's leaders in the Sacramento area and in the Delta or Elk Grove, Stockton area. That's Bruce and Mike. We met at the McCarno Estates Winery, which I came to find out that it's a family passed down property and business that is such a special piece of land. And we talk about how smaller farmers could join coalitions and benefit from it, and other regulations that could really help out the small growers and growers across the board. So that was very interesting. And I also have a chance to have a Zoom meeting by setting up by Patrick and our team with CDFA and CDPR to talk about pesticides and nitrate and grants that could assist the smaller farmers or farmers in general. And I thought that was really helpful information for me as a new board. And as I assign it or volunteer in the to do outreach to the underserved community and put into the agricultural area, I want to make sure that I know our resources and so forth, so that I could be a better liaison to the community. So just want to share that out with the board.
And Sean, let me say, I certainly appreciate your volunteering to do this. It's a very important function you're fulfilling. Yes, there are a number of different communities of small farmers. We have to find better ways of interacting with them. And part of that interaction is learning better what their problems are, and at the same time, providing them education, if you will, on best practices for carrying out their operations. So it's a very important two-way street. And if the best practices don't match and can be altered and still protect water quality, you know, that's something we're always willing to consider. So that communication, but we can't get there if there's not the kind of communication that you're setting up. So I appreciate that greatly.
You're welcome, and just want to take this opportunity to thank Patrick, Sue, Adam, and the whole team for setting up these two very important virtual meetings. So thank you, appreciate that. And part of, actually, in addition, part of what we want to happen is to hold a forum for us in terms of our board. If anyone could join, with the smaller grower and our partners to really educate our smaller farmer about our grants or resources and regulations so that we can hear their issues and also sharing what we can to provide solution to them. So that's what we in our discussion at, and I very excited to continue to work with Patrick and his team in setting this up in a very near future. So thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Sean. That's a lot. So any further board member comments? If not, then we'll move on to agenda item 3, the State Water Board Liaison update. I'd like to call upon State Water Board member Tam Dudick to give an update to the board.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and to provide what will be my final liaison report to the board, and actually my final official act as a State Water Board member. As you may have heard, yesterday, Governor Newsom appointed Nicole Morgan to the State Water Resources Control Board in the civil engineering position. I think some of you may know her from her time on staff at the Regional Water Board there. And of course, she has also been at the State Water Resources Control Board, most recently as our Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. So she has a breadth of experience, both with the water boards as well as outside of the water boards. And so she'll be starting, I believe, Monday. And so we welcome to the board, and I am privileged to hand off the baton and to wish her well in what will be, I think, a very challenging summer for all of the water boards as we deal with the issues of drought, wildfires, and just our ongoing challenges that we deal with on programmatic wise. But I do want to give you 2 quick updates on things that I know we have been waiting for a while that finally has been released in draft form. The first one is the release of the draft 2020-2022 integrated report. And so that includes a proposed 303D listing of impaired water bodies, as well as the 305B assessment of surface waters. And for this particular update, the regions involved include the Central Valley Regional Water Board, along with the Central Coast and the San Diego Regional Water Boards. And I believe there are also some priority listings for the Colorado River Basin also involved. But that will be the subject of a State Water Board hearing in July. I believe it's July 6th. So that will be the next State Water Board meeting. And the anticipation is that the State Water Board will consider adoption of the report in January of 2022. The second item I wanted to update you on is on the construction stormwater general permit. We still have to deal with stormwater, even though we're in the middle of a drought. Hopefully that will change. The construction general stormwater permit was adopted in 2009, I believe. And so it expired in 2014, but was administratively extended. Staff has released a draft revised stormwater construction water permit, and that will also be the subject of a hearing, I believe, in July. Yes, July 7th. And the public comment on it is going until July 30th, and it's expected that the State Water Board will take action on it, hopefully later this year. Those are the 2 big updates I have for you. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work with all of you, board members as well as staff, on just the many critical issues that you are involved in. And as I return to my private citizen role, I will be keeping an eye on you because you are my regional water board. I live in this region, so you're in charge of protecting my water quality, upon which I have complete faith in. And so I look forward to remaining at least in contact, in touch with each other as things proceed in the future. But it has been a privilege and an honor to work with everyone, especially you, Dr. Longley, given our long association together.
Thank you very much, Tam. And I guess this is the last time while you're in this official capacity that you've served so well that I could say that on January 30th, 2006, when you were chairing a State Water Board meeting, a joint meeting with the Central Valley Board on the issue of salt management, you deemed there was a problem, and you turned to me and told me I had the responsibility of putting together a program to be able to address that. And so really you were the inception, or you created the inception for CV Salts. And I think CV Salts will hopefully go on to do great things. And I know that if there's any faltering in the direction of CV Salts along the way, both you and I will be at the podium making statements of how we think it should be going. So I appreciate the leadership that you provided all those years. You also, so many different areas, you can't begin to touch on, but one that as a board member I appreciate is you've always been a very strong advocate for regional board members. And that is something I think many of us that are aware of the many things you've done in that role have affected us favorably, have allowed us to do our job better. Thank you for that. Thank you for your great service to the state of California.
Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Longley.
And before you go, Tam, I would just like to thank you for the wonderful support you provided to me as a board member when I came on. I was new, I didn't understand quite all of the issues, but you continue to listen to the issues that I brought forth from the disadvantaged communities. You were in all of the meetings, many of them, and your guidance and the resources you provided. It has helped me tremendously, and you've just been a very strong advocate for communities and the issues of water quality, and the support has been valuable, very valuable to me, and just want to really thank you for the wonderful service you've provided and helping us do our jobs here in the Regional Water Board. I really do thank you, and we're certainly going to miss you and seeing your face every time we have our meetings to give us that update. Thank you so very much for the wonderful support.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you bring to this regional board and to the service of the state of California.
And I'll pile on just a little bit. I really want to express my gratitude, Tam, to all that you've done for the regional board, all that you've done for the state board. You know, I know you were an advocate for environmental justice at Cali, PA, long before environmental justice entered the common parlance of many of the people within the agency as a whole. And your work with CV Salts, disadvantaged communities, and always looking to get resources into the regions, into the hands of those folks who are working diligently to protect water quality is appreciated more than you know. I'm really grateful for your service, and it's just been an absolute pleasure working with you. Even though I know you have never been one to shy away from the tough questions, whether it was on CV Salts or any of the many issues that the regional board has been confronting over the years that I've been involved with it. I really want to thank you for your service and wish you nothing but the best. I know that you're going to continue to be involved, and I love your idea of having a cleanup as your farewell of the American River Parkway or something along those lines. I will be there absolutely to wish you the best.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll hold you to that.
Absolutely.
It certainly fitting that you would have a cleanup rather than a dinner. But you should make it an annual cleanup. Okay. Any further comments?
I just wish you good luck, Tam. I know you're going to be a traveling fool now that the restrictions are being lifted, and I hope to be following your footsteps in Europe or someplace not too distant future. And I'm in for the cleanup as well. Sign me up.
Tam, I'm going to echo everyone's comments. You've been just amazing to work with, and your knowledge and your commitment to water quality and the boards, I mean, it's to be commended. And you, I'm sure, are going to go on to do a lot of amazing things. And traveling sounds right up there with something all of us wish we could do right now. So enjoy your much deserved vacation. I hate to say that word, but I hope you enjoy your time off. And congratulations again on all your years with the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may piggyback on that, as a new board, I don't know you a whole lot, but with everybody sharing their experience with you, your service has been incredible, and I regret that I won't be working with you, going forward. But I'm sure we're going to cross paths in doing different things in helping the community. And I just want to thank you and wish you the best of luck in your future endeavor. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And I look forward to engaging with you and thank you for bringing a new voice and bringing new interest to this board. Your focus on working with small growers, especially those in the Central Valley, I think is going to be critical. It's going to be very important work. So thank you very much for bringing that aspect.
Of course. Thank you.
Tam, I also want to chime in here and say we don't know each other, obviously, but I have appreciated getting to know you at least virtually. And it's obvious you're very passionate about the subject matter area. And, again, echo what everybody said. And I will be at that cleanup, hopefully, that you schedule. The American River Parkway has a special place in my heart. And it really says a lot about, I think, you as and what your priorities are. So thank you.
Yeah, may I just add that the employees, because not the boards officially, but the employees of the state and the Central Valley Regional Water Board is the official mile steward of Mile 3 North on the American River Parkway. So we actually do have a responsibility for cleanup, which of course, due to the COVID situation, had prevented us from going out and doing cleanup. So I look forward, and even though I will be a private citizen, I look forward to joining all future water board cleanup activities of Mile 3 North as well.
Tam,
Tam, you don't mind?
Let me make a correction.
Oh,
Once a
I'm
water
sorry.
boarder, always a water boarder.
Thank you, Carl.
Tan, I was wondering if you could forward me the information about that cleaning. I would like to participate if I am available. So please email it to me, please.
I will. It was just an idea I came up, so we don't have a date yet, but
Okay.
it will be a surprise to State Water Board staff as well, who I'm sure is planning a dinner get together. So I will tell them that the regional board members and staff twisted my arm and we're going to do a cleanup instead.
Thanks.
Thank you for your support.
Are we going to have to get a some sort of order out or whatever, given that we're going to have more than 2 board members?
It will be an entirely social event, I'm sure.
Entirely social event, absolutely.
I mean,
A social event, okay.
Yeah, on Tam's way out, she's still making things happen for the good of the state of California.
Thank you all very much.
Any further comments? Well, thank you, Tam. And we look forward to seeing you in the future, and certainly at that cleanup, but in other places too. So we'll move on to agenda item number 6. Approval of the minutes from the prior board meeting, the 22 April 2021 minutes.
Dr. Longley,
Yes.
we do have a few individuals for agenda item number 4.
On item number 4. Oh,
Public forum.
I went right over the public forum. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's do the public forum right now.
Okay,
So who's the first card for item 4? I don't see anybody here on the,
okay, so the first
Yeah.
individual would be Albert Fernandez, who is self-represented and would like to comment on the schedule of fees for the management zones in the Central Valley.
okay, fine. Jane,
You are
connected?
unmuted. Yes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hear you very, very well, Albert.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you all for having me here today. What I'd like to talk to you guys about is an issue that I'm having with the schedule of fees. particularly with the Kings Water Alliance Management Zone, and moreover, the CV Salts program. I'll try to keep my comments as succinct as possible. But the issue is my family owns a small triplex in the Fresno County area, and we've been served this notice to comply. And I've been told by the CV Salts staff and also the Kings Water Alliance, rather, that we're the only facility type that's been looped into this. They don't understand why, but they said if you've been served this, you have to pay. And that's moreover the kind of messaging that I've been receiving from that department. There's also a gentleman in the Division of Drinking Water who I spoke to, who determined that my facility, did not qualify for these new regulations. And when I gave the letter to members of the CV Salts org, they said that he didn't have the authority or jurisdiction to really make that determination. I'm not entirely sure, what the relationships are between those two divisions, but it seemed like there was some other, office politicking involved. Moreover, I don't understand the determinations that were made, why there's 43 dischargers in the KWA individual dischargers category. I've been told multiple times that everyone, quote unquote, was served with these notices. And I don't understand how I'm the only facility type, between Kings, Tulare, and Fresno County that was served with this notice. Why that 43 number matters, and as you're aware, these costs for these management zones are, quite extreme. We're being asked to pay $24,000 this year and $135,000 next year, for a total of around $160,000. That being said, for a church, a school, that's ruinous. You're taking money from, education and children, and these are impoverished areas, high Latino populations. And we're being asked to pay for people who have not participated or responded to these notices to comply. And I'm not sure how that can be enforced. Moreover, I'd like to know if there's an ability for us to be grandfathered in to this and how this policy can be applied retroactively. I've offered to install reverse osmosis or other nitrate removal systems, and I've been told I need to pay. I have other points, but I see I'm out of time. Thank you all for your consideration.
Well, thank you, Fernando. And I think the point is that we need to get more information. And Patrick?
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, if you could provide your information, some contact information, we'll get you all the answers, and we'll take a look at our records, make sure that you're appropriately named in those orders. Again, the notices to comply went out to everybody who has a nitrate discharge or a salinity discharge within those priority 1 or basins. So we'll take a look at whether you were appropriately named, whether your facility was appropriately named, and at a minimum give you some explanation as to where we are in the process and where you can voice additional concerns. We don't want anybody kind of being caught up with this program without a thorough knowledge of why they were named, why they got the orders. So if you can provide your contact information, we can absolutely get back to you and get the information that we need. Certainly feel free to send your contact information to the same email that you used to get this the Zoom login credentials, and we will get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that staff will be contacting you soon once they get your information and we can get to the bottom of the situation. Moving on to the next blue card, Letitia Miller. Jean, could you allow Letitia Miller into the
Sure, Letitia, you're
into the
unmuted.
meeting? Yes.
Hi, this is my first meeting that I'm attending. My name's Letitia. I'm the vice chair for the Pascanta Band and Nomlaki Indians. And water quality and protecting water is one of my missions as a tribal leader and a native in general. And I just wanted to encourage you guys to continue to work with tribes. Like I think Nick mentioned that he had met with some folks and that they were going to, start working with tribes more. And I totally agree with that. We would like to be involved if possible, because we have some great things going on here in our area. We're doing stuff called TEK, which is Traditional Ecological Knowledge. And we work in riparian areas and in watershed areas to help with water quality and to help conserve. It's like we're going in there and we're removing non-indigenous species and putting back the things that belong there that bring water back. So if you guys are interested, I would encourage you to get a hold of me. I noticed that there's one more Rancheria person on here. They might know some information about that. But I would really, really encourage you folks to work with tribes as much as possible. We're the indigenous people that know how to work with the land. And so our help, we want to give it.
Well, thank you for your comments, Letitia. You've probably heard the discussion that when Board Member Bradford was talking about the Zoom meeting with tribal members. There's going to be more of those Zoom meetings in the future too, as we talk about the issues now having to do with tribal beneficial uses. And I think your input and the input of other members of the tribes is very important in all of this. You heard me talk about the importance of what I felt of an advisory group that could be a channel for participation by members of the tribes to have a continuing dialogue, not just during board meetings, but a continuing dialogue that would be able to focus in on some of these issues that you're interested in. So I thank you for your comments. They're very important. And we certainly will be following up.
And
Well, Carl,
yes.
Carl, I would add, we actually have the tribal beneficial use agenda item later on today.
Yes.
That might have been Ms. Miller, if you are able to stick around, the things that you are talking about, tribal cultural uses of water, is something that we will be discussing and we will be inviting additional comment on later on in the day. Should be later on this morning if you're able to stick around.
It's item number 10.
What time do you guys think you'll be discussing that? I have a council meeting at 10.
Oh gosh.
I know. And I'm the one that's always chasing water meetings. So
we are recording this, so, and there will be a lot more opportunities to participate in the future. So let's make sure that we have your contact information. We will provide you a copy of the recording, and certainly invite additional comments as we work through this process from you, from your tribe, and from your government.
Because we're going to be doing we're actually working in coordination with Mechoopda, and I'm trying to actually reach out to the other local tribes here and create a group that is doing traditional land management and conservation and repair, and working in watershed areas is really important to us. And then working with CAL FIRE with the burns, BLM property, helping maintain that, because we have natural resources that we would like to see put back so that we can use those things,
Absolutely.
And Ali Metters Knight from Mechoopda is one of the folks that I'm working with, and I'll definitely have her with me when we get together. And I appreciate you all listening.
Thank you very much, Letitia.
Chair, may I, real quick before Letitia leaves, I would like to extend an invitation. Letitia, reach out to me. I certainly want to hear about the issues that you mentioned and how I just want to be educated. So I would appreciate you reaching out, and we can set up a time to chat. Thank you.
And Letitia, if you don't have If you
Yes.
don't have Nick's contact information, you can reach out to board staff and they'll get it for you.
All right. I'm L Miller at passkenta.org.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, Dr. Longley, just real briefly, I want to thank Letitia for her comments and strong advocate of community engagement. I think is very important that representation is at the table as we discuss water quality issues, and the input that you shared is valuable to what we're trying to do. So when you're not able to attend the meetings, make sure there's a backup of someone else that can participate, because we want to hear your voices and we want your involvement, just as farmers and everyone else. We are all a part of the land, and your participation is critical, especially at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Any further comments by board members? Well, thank you, Letitia. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Jean, could you bring up Deborah Lucera, Duke County Supervisor, District 2?
Sorry, Dr. Longley, I don't see her in the meeting.
But, oh, it says here, she'll use a raise hand feature if she desires to speak. Okay. Very good. With that said, let's move on to agenda item 5, the executive officer's report.
By the way, Carmen has joined us.
Thanks so much, Gene, for staying on top of it. And if you could let us know if Ms. Lucero shows up at any point in time, and we can kind of pause and see if we can still have her remarks, because we can reopen that if we're between agenda items. So leading off the executive officer's report, I am happy to report, I'm grateful to report, contains a litany of items that the regional board maintained during, again, this very, very late stage of the pandemic. The accomplishments range from additional site closures, additional inspections. There are a lot of metrics that are tracking exactly where they are supposed to be throughout all of the Waterboards 18 water quality programs. And I think that's truly extraordinary. There's a lot of good work going on in every sector of the regional board. I think the one area where, if you look at the executive officer's report, where there's a bit of a lag, it's in the major inspections at NPDS facilities, simply because it's been very difficult to do that while remaining socially distanced. But I know we have commitment through our NPDS program to pick that up as the restrictions loosen. I'll take any kind of comments on the executive officer's report now. I can kind of answer any questions. I also have 3 Superior Accomplishment Awards to hand out after you have any questions. And then we can begin a brief discussion about what the future holds for board meetings. And to the extent that I know what's going on, there's a lot of agencies that have their hands in what reopening looks like, what reopening will look like for the regional board. So first and foremost, if anybody has any questions on the executive officer's report, I'll be happy to answer them now.
Any questions from board members? You answered them all, I think, in the report. Patrick, go ahead with the awards, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have 3 Superior Accomplishment Awards to give out. I think first I want to check in and see if I believe Margie Saldana is at minimum watching on the YouTube link. Again, the performance of all of these folks has been exemplary throughout the pandemic. Margie's work, I think, has a special place in my heart, because throughout the pandemic, she has been one of the few faces who has actually had to show up to work day in and day out almost every single week here at the regional board as one of our most essential employees. She is the friendly face that has been greeting people as they come in, even though we are on a skeleton crew and have been on a skeleton crew just about every single week. She's been in the office, even though it is a bit of a reduced schedule for her here. Her challenges, as one of the front desk person has been even higher than just about everybody else throughout this entire pandemic, and managing, as I know, with the family that she helps out. It's been extraordinary. So without further ado, the Superior Accomplishment Award is to, I just got confirmation that she's listening. Fantastic. The Superior Accomplishment Award is awarded to Margie Saldana, whose incredible dedication in so many areas, not just the front desk, has helped the Central Valley Water Board maintain excellence in mail preparation, file reviews, ECM, which is electronic content management, distribution, invoice and office supply support, mail and front office phone support. And Margie does all this while providing first-rate customer service to staff, the public, vendors, mail delivery personnel, and to all those who call the main office number. Since becoming full-time as an office tech in January of 2018, Margie has made the front desk her own and has functioned as the admin lead for seasonal clerks, training several clerks in the following areas: producing timely and accurate red folders, which is the folders that go to executive and manager signature, arranging file reviews for Public Record Act requests, answering the phone, and accurately disseminating calls to appropriate staff. Since the retirement of Della Kramer in October of 2020, Margie has learned how to receive and approve Region 5 invoices, handle report collection duties, process incoming checks, make bank deposits, and create library indexes for board-adopted orders. Margie is receiving this SAA based in part on her incredible work ethic and high capacity to learn new skills and excel in multiple functions. Her work product is superior, her sense of dedication to her work is incredibly high, and Margie does not shy away from learning something new and then training others in those areas. Margie has provided outstanding assistance and support to staff while also learning new tasks during the challenging time of the COVID pandemic, adding emphasis to Margie's accomplishments. We are very fortunate to have Margie working at the Central Valley Water Board, and she is well deserving of that award. Congratulations, Margie, for this award, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do for the Central Valley. And she is listening, confirming that. I wish we were in the position to where we could have the picture taken. Certainly, if we want to do that when
People come back, right?
regular activities resume, we are more than welcome to do that.
Well, let me thank Margaret for the tremendous work that she's done, and as you've pointed out, she's been a key member of the team. So, thanks a lot, Margie. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, and I just like to come in. I mean, Patrick mentioned she was one of the main people there in that office. I mean, during this pandemic, for being one of those essential workers, and the role that she played was so significant. So we really do appreciate her keeping that office open and serving with the customer service skills and just really doing the job that was essential at that time. We really commend you for your excellent work.
All right. The next award I have to present is to Katie Gilman from the Reading office, engineering geologist. And again, I know Clint and the entire unit at the Reading office take immense pride in the work that Katie's produced, and I think the Superior Accomplishment Award write-up will tell you why. The Central Valley Water Board's Reading office management team is pleased to select Katie Gilman for the Superior Accomplishment Award. Katie joined the Water Board as an engineering student in May of 2016 in the groundwater unit, and then filled an associate government program analyst position in the cannabis unit in November of 2017. While working full-time, Katie earned a degree in geology from Southern New Hampshire University in 2019 and joined the Water Quality Certifications Unit as an engineering geologist in February of 2020. Despite the challenges of training for her new position while teleworking due to COVID, Katie quickly came up to speed with the Water Quality Certifications program and is an asset to the unit. Katie effectively communicates with dischargers and colleagues and has assisted in training a new staff member who joined the unit in August. Always eager to get involved, Katie volunteered to represent Region 5 on a State Water Resources Control Board committee that was formed to discuss new water quality certification procedures. Most recently, Katie volunteered to work on the certification of a meadow restoration project and has taken on the challenge of learning the Central Valley Water Board's responsibilities as a CEQA lead agency. In addition to Katie's core work duties, she has been instrumental in developing several databases and maps, often on short notice, for other units throughout the office. Katie has recently assisted the non-point source unit with a map development and maintenance of a GIS-based prioritization system that has assisted with workload planning and outreach efforts. Katie has always demonstrated a great attitude, and her program knowledge is highly valued. She is most deserving of recognition for her work and her contributions to the Central Valley Water Board. And I just want everybody to kind of key into that particular story of joining as a student, working full-time, earning a degree, getting the certifications necessary to rise through the ranks within the organization, even amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Those accomplishments are truly extraordinary. Katie, my congratulations to you for this award. It is richly deserved. I know the whole management team is very, very proud of what you've accomplished, and you should be very proud of that as well.
And
Wow.
Katie, I'll add my congratulations to those of EO Kalupa. This is, your work is outstanding.
All right, and Carl, I have one more award to give, and I know this one is one that is very close to your heart as well. This one is to Josh Mahoney, Rebecca Asami, and Dale Harvey for their work on the Food Safety Expert Panel. In 2015, the Central Valley Water Board staff convened a food safety expert panel to provide input on a project, the Food Safety Project, to investigate whether reuse of oil field produced water to irrigate crops for human consumption posed a threat to public health. As part of the project, the Central Valley Water Board entered into a memorandum of agreement with the permittees, the oil companies and the water districts using the produced water. The memorandum of agreement required the completion of 3 studies or tasks and the completion of specific task reports. The scopes of these tasks were discussed by the panel at several public meetings from 2015 through 2020. Task 1 was the identification of chemicals of interest and a preliminary hazard assessment. Task 2 was an evaluation of these chemicals and potential hazards. Task 3 was an evaluation of crop sampling results for the chemicals. A third-party consultant completed the task research and reports with input from the panel, board staff, and an engineer from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory contracted by the Central Valley Water Board as science advisor for the project. During the subject period, Joshua and Rebecca, with oversight by Dale, worked tirelessly to draft the cumulative document for the project, a white paper for presentation at the Central Valley Water Board's February meeting. The white paper summarized the state of science and research related to the use of produced water to irrigate crops for human consumption, identified data gaps, and presented the panel's recommendations on the practice. As such, it is an important contribution to the science available on the practice. To complete the white paper and for presentation to the Central Valley Water Board, they critiqued the consultant's task reports and coordinated with the consultant, panel, science advisor to finalize the reports. They also drafted, redrafted, and then drafted again the white paper with coordinated input from the consultant, the panel, the science advisor to ensure the document presented to the Central Valley Water Board captured the complexities of the project and summarized the compiled information and results in a readable, coherent fashion. Joshua and Rebecca, with oversight by Dale, compiled an agenda package and on 18th of February of 2021, presented the white paper to the Central Valley Water Board as an information item. The presentation was excellent and well received by the board. The board also presented to each of the 11 panel members resolutions of appreciation drafted by Rebecca. The time it took this team to complete the above assigned task was much shorter than originally anticipated. The above accomplishments are partially in addition to the normal work completed by the group. They went above and beyond for this specific item and event, and the white paper will aid not only the Central Valley Water Board, but the state and the public in general. Josh, Rebecca, and Dale are deserving of the Quarterly Superior Accomplishment Award. You know, I think this project would have been an amazing achievement, even if it wasn't subject to all the political pressures that this was under. This project was under a microscope by a bunch of stakeholders, by other regulatory agencies, and navigating not just the technical complexities, but the political complexities and the complexities of serving basically as a program manager and budget manager for the science advisor and for all the work that was completed under the MOU. It was a tremendous amount of effort, and it was handled very delicately and very professionally by these three individuals. So I really, my commendation goes out to all three of them. Very well deserving of this reward, Joshua, Rebecca, and Dale. Thank you so much for your work on this project.
Thank you. And I see that Carmen raised your hand. Carmen? Apparently, Sean raised his hand while Carmen's trying to get in, I guess. Is one of the
unmuted.
challenges of virtual is being able to find the right button to press. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Hear you good.
Yes.
I just want to add to what Patrick has announced to us regarding our recipients on receiving the outstanding performance and contribution to the state and the community. It warms my heart that we had such outstanding employees and solution-driven individual to be a part of our team. And I just want to congratulate and thank you all for your help and your expertise. Could have done it without you guys, especially our team. I call it headquarters with our lead man, Patrick. So thank you so much for your contribution and congratulations.
Raji, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Longley. I definitely, what Patrick has said, I think everyone on that team handled it so well. It was a very hot topic, politically charged topic, and the way it was handled, I think it couldn't have been handled any better. And everybody did their due diligence. Everybody worked really, really hard to stay on task and deal with what was presented to them, which were facts, and stayed on that course. So congratulations to everyone, well deserved. It definitely was not easy. There was a lot of scrutiny placed on the food safety panel and everything that was happening. And I think we handled it perfectly, and you all, congrats to everyone involved, and well deserved this honor. Patrick, I'm glad you made sure that they were recognized because it's well deserved. Thank you all.
Thank you, Raji. And I should mention that Raji and I were the two board members who attended meetings of this group and followed the progress. Josh, Rebecca, and Dale worked in an area which is highly technical, not encountered in the everyday activities of wastewater treatment and management. This is working with produced water, determining what toxicity might result from the use of that water for its use on agricultural crops. Their understanding of that, their ability to work through all of the details and work through the political issues, I think is outstanding and is highly commendable. They're certainly deserving of this reward. Are there any other board members that wish to comment?
Yes, Dr. Longley, I'm just impressed by the professionalism of all five of the people that have been acknowledged today. If I recall, Rebecca had a baby during that time that she was working on the food safety committee.
And she didn't miss a beat.
She didn't miss a beat. I mean, so it's important that we represent the communities, and I think that all of the staff that have been acknowledged today do a tremendous job. They make the regional board look good, and totally impressed by their professionalism and their commitment to do to do well and represent us. So we thank you all for your contributions and congratulations on receiving the awards today.
Any other board members wishing to comment? Yes, go ahead, Carmen.
Good morning, everybody. Today's superior accomplishments are, I mean, they're always special, but today I feel like they're almost more relatable. You know, as to the first recipient, I always feel so comfortable letting constituents know to call the water board office, because I know that as intimidating as it is to call the state, that they always find a friendly voice there. And I'm glad to know that it was her, and I'm glad that she was recognized today. As to the second recipient, you know, I guess I just want to thank her for investing, you know, so much of her time into this worthwhile state agency, right? Working in government, you know, sometimes feels like you're a tiny person trying to move this giant thing. But, you know, the way that she's invested her time from being a student, you know, working, getting her degree and sticking with us is remarkable. So I'm grateful for that. And as to the trio here that we're talking about now, I think that they will probably remember that I was one of the most skeptical board members. And it was really hard for me to get over the emotional and sort of the emotional and mental part of what they were doing. But, you know, they were willing to consider every one of my objections, I guess, along the way. They had strong science behind them. And at the end, I trusted the science, and I trusted the way they were presenting the science in a way that I was able to be, you know, convinced. So that's, it just feels like a tremendous hurdle. And I'm sure that I'm one of many people who were stuck on this issue, but congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you all for your comments. They certainly reflect the great job these folks are doing. Unless somebody else wishes to comment, we'll now move on to agenda item 6, which I inadvertently skipped 4 and 5 earlier.
So very quickly, Carl, a couple more items to deal with under the executive officer's report. First and foremost, I want the board to kind of make a decision as to what you want me to do for the August board meeting. We are currently operating under a suspension of the Bagley-Keene requirements that require basically a quorum of the board to meet in person. And up until Friday of last week, we weren't sure how long those were going to be extended. The governor came through with another executive order on Friday afternoon that essentially extended the suspension of the Bagley-Keene requirements through September 30th. Now, we were currently planning to have the August board meeting as a Thursday afternoon, Thursday, August 12th, and a Friday all day, hopefully just the morning, but potentially all day at Cal EPA in a room that can accommodate a hybrid meeting. So have board members participate either via Zoom or in person if they choose to do so. That's the current status. However, the board could switch to a all digital meeting, the same type that we have here for one more meeting in August, if that would be the board's preference. I will say I checked in with board managers. I checked in with most of the board staff that are kind of slated to give presentations in August. Those folks do have vaccine status, so that they're comfortable coming through and giving presentations and appearing in person if need be. And others can still participate via the Zoom platform. So it would truly be a hybrid meeting, kind of one of the first of our board's hybrid meetings. But I want to put the question to you. Certainly, if you feel more comfortable still going with the Zoom format for August, there's absolutely no problem with doing that. The laws under the executive order allow us to do one more board meeting as an all Zoom board meeting. So I'll put that question to you. Certainly willing to hear any input that you may have.
Well, of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, given that this last variant is so volatile. And let's hope that it kind of goes away, but COVID never seems to go away. So with that said, I guess my focus is on the longer term. Some boards and region, I mentioned before, Region 5 and Region 6, you have to drive hundreds of miles for some people to get to a meeting. It takes a couple of extra days out of their life oftentimes. And for board members even, it can be very difficult, particularly if you have young children. And if that's another day you have to take off from work. So I kind of like the idea of a meeting in person where we have quasi-judicial items to address. But I think for information issues, that can certainly be done virtually. I think that even if it's quasi-judicial, I know the attorneys like to look the people, the decision makers square in the eye, and that's one way. Nick can tell me whether I'm right or wrong, but and Carmen for that matter. But you can, for folks that are a long distance away, I think getting them away from the requirement to drive a long distance and spend a lot of time away from home. This is basically a volunteer board, and we're not being paid the amount that to compensate for many of the activities that we do voluntarily. It's great we do them voluntarily, but it's terrible when we are having to sacrifice family life and taking care of loved ones that's necessary and so forth. Things that are much easier to do if you're close by. With that said, I'd like to hear what other board members have to say.
Dr. Longley, as somebody who drives 5 hours to come to board meetings, I definitely want to chime in on this one. I love the idea of the hybrid because you have the option. Is that correct, Patrick? If we have the hybrid, we have the option of.
We would have the option, and just to kind of let folks know, I think there are a number of options being considered. The governor has strongly signaled that one way or the other, we will be able to preserve hybrid meetings for state agencies moving forward. I know there was a bill that was being considered as a trailer bill to the budget. I think the word on the street, at least in the Capitol, was they wanted to do it actually even in a more upfront way, not have it be a trailer bill, but actually have it be a standalone bill. I don't know the current status. I think it's kind of complex and the whole bill scheduling and stuff like that. But there's the idea coming very strongly from the executive department is that they want to preserve hybrid meetings. I think that they just gave themselves a little bit more space to come up with what the future is going to look like by extending the executive order through September 30th. So we don't know what's going to happen beyond that, but I'd be shocked if hybrid meetings weren't a normal occurrence for the board after that.
And the board chairs, the other board chairs in general, strongly supported. Roger, excuse me for interrupting. One thing I do believe, if we're going to have in-person meetings, if we're going to have folks coming into the room, I think the board chair, whoever that board chair is at the time, has to be there, because the board chair has to make rulings. And I think it's much more effective if the board chair is in the room when those rulings are being made. Go ahead, Roger. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. And again, I understand that we don't know what's going to happen in September, but I feel, like, for example, somebody who hasn't had her 13-year-olds vaccinated as of yet, I am more comfortable being virtual until my entire family is, vaccinated. And that's just my feeling. So I'm still, I understand it was wonderful that we opened yesterday, but my employees still wear masks at work. And we've learned a lot of things with COVID this year, and we realized a lot of things that worked and didn't work. And so for that reason, I would be not being honest if I said I was fully comfortable going in person. So I am still a bit hesitant about those things. And I think giving another month or two, I would definitely take the opportunity to have another few months of virtual if possible. So that's my
Yeah.
feeling and my take on that.
Entirely possible. Entirely possible.
Any further comments, board
Dr.
members?
Longley, this is Carmen. Oh, sorry, Nick, do you want to go first?
No, go ahead, Carmen. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel similar to the way Raji does. I mean, there is clearly a benefit for me, right? Because I'm the person that drives I only drive, 2.5, 3 hours to get there. But, I do have little kids. It's kind of hard to balance. But, I'm committed to the water board. So that's what I signed up for. I'd be willing to go. But I do want to call attention to the fact that we've had more participants from areas that are further away than we used to have when we had it in person. I see a tremendous benefit to having virtual hearings and allowing virtual participation. The technology had always been a hurdle. That's why we couldn't quite get to it before. Now that the technology is here, I really, I would not be happy with going back to the way things were, I guess I'll say. I remember being at board meetings where people would would leave, Bakersfield or Allensworth, at 3 a.m. That means that they were up at 2 and making arrangement for kids, driving to Sacramento, for a chance to talk to us for 3 minutes, right? And then they have the whole drive back. I appreciated those efforts, but, it shouldn't be that hard to talk to us.
And they missed work that day.
Right. So I certainly enjoy the convenience of working remotely. I feel like I'm still efficient and I'm still engaged. I think the other board members are too. Certainly the employees are, based on the executive officer's report. So I certainly would, at the minimum, push for a hybrid option. And for September or August, that's the model that I would support also.
Any further comment?
Yeah, so I just want to echo, I think 100% agree in terms of ongoing participation of the public. I mean, that's a no-brainer, obviously. In terms of August, I'm okay. Obviously it's a lot easier for me to say I'm in Sacramento, I'm fully vaccinated. I don't have a problem being there in person, but certainly do respect Raji and Carmen and others who would want to have the option to come in virtually, which I think should be available. If that's technologically possible, I don't know, are we equipped, I suppose, to facilitate that sort of hybrid approach in August?
We have to go downtown to the state board office. They are.
Okay.
And certainly, I guess Patrick's already made the arrangements. He can address that further if you desire, but it's my understanding that we're set up to do it.
And then on an ongoing basis, I'd say for sort of the adjudicative sort of proceedings, I do agree that being in person, at least some of us, I think, I agree that if it was me on the other side of the dais, I'd want to be able to look at decision makers in the eye, so to speak, certainly. So for whatever that's worth, but thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Sean?
Thank you for sharing, board members, and Patrick. I think that you guys have nailed a lot of important points already. So given the fact that I also at school board in Elk Grove, we have meet in person for 2 months now, if I remember correctly, and so forth. I understand the dynamic of each family has to deal with this pandemic, with the vaccines and family issues and so forth. I just want to say that I fully support the hybrid model. I think that some of us who live closer and haven't been to the in-person meeting, it's very anxious to be there, and I'm definitely one of them. And I live in Sacramento, so it's just distance is definitely not an issue. But having said that, as I alluded to, yeah, I understand that other board members or other employees may have challenges, and I, completely understand that. And I think the hybrid model is definitely the first thing that we have to approach, and then going forward, I guess we could, amend or make modifications of what needs to be done. So, yeah, the hybrid model is what I think is best. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And well, before I say anything more, any further comments by board members?
Dr. Longley, I'm in agreement with Carmen and Raji that we extended into our next meeting, giving everyone the opportunity that's needed, and definitely in support of us making sure that we continue to keep the communities participating as we have been able to successfully do this past year during a pandemic. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would echo all that. I mean, yes, on hybrid, and I would even go a step beyond August and say we should never get away from hybrid, given the size of the region, and for participation by people across the whole geography. I think it's really important to continue that model.
So just to be clear, so that the option right now, I think hybrid is here to stay. So I'm hearing some support for actually staying all virtual through August. I think that was Raji's proposal, and then going to hybrid board meeting for the October board meeting, which would be in Reading. So the board members would have the option of either attending in Reading in person or attending virtually, just like everybody else who would be a member of that attending. They could attend via Zoom or in person. But for the August board meeting, Raji's proposal, which I heard Carmen and Denise voice some support for, is keep that all virtual, keep what we're doing, give us a little bit more time to adapt to the changing rules out there. Again, we're totally set up to do that as we're doing here today, and might give our IT team just a little more time to figure out the dynamics of a hybrid meeting.
Great, that sounds good. For the board members, new board members in particular, let me point out that the October meeting is a rather unique meeting, and this is the meeting in Reading. Typically, most recently, we've been having one-day board meetings where we take up items on the agenda. The second day has typically been devoted to a field tour. We have a lot of issues in that area: abandoned mines, forest management, fire issues, and so forth, that have been the subject of these tours. And then we're let go in a timely manner so that we can come back home. But it's a little bit different board meeting in that sense. It's kind of hard to do the tour out in the middle of the forest up there with virtually. Although I guess we could film it and show it later, but it's always a very an event where I learn a lot. I presume others do too. Thank you. Any further comments?
Thank you for that guidance. So just to let you know, at the current, we're going to switch actually back to an all virtual meeting for August, then consistent with the governor's executive order. And we are planning on having the October board meeting to be a hybrid meeting, and all the subsequent meetings to be hybrid meetings, where there's an option to participate in person.
Can we do a hybrid meeting in Reading?
Yes, we have secured AGP, which is the resources, they're the tech resources that can help make that happen. It will be largely focused on wildfire rehabilitation as day one, some tour of some sites in the Reading area.
So that's going to be that's going to be day one, and then we have the second day as the board meeting. Okay.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so two more items very briefly. Thanks for slogging through this.
Patrick.
Yes.
Before we move on to the next item, if I want to come down there and do my virtual meeting in the office. Would you be able to give me a seat down there?
At the Rancho Cordova office, yeah, we can set you up as with the camera. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I think I would like that option to have my first in-person meeting at our office. Just a personal preference. So,
Yeah,
if that's possible.
I absolutely think we can make that happen.
Well,
All right.
Patrick, given the fact that we have an item on the agenda that's quasi-judicial or an enforcement item, I should say. I was planning on attending also because that's not an item. We could do it virtually, but I think it would be much better to be in person, at least in myself, in case it comes to the point that some rulings have to be made during the testimony.
We do not have an enforcement item currently calendared. It just is a potential.
I thought the dairy was calendared.
It could potentially be calendared, but they're in settlement discussions. There may not actually be a hearing on that.
Okay, so let's see. Whether or not I come, I'll see what's on the calendar.
Well, Carl, if you are coming, I mean, so it would still be an all virtual meeting.
Yeah.
So the option is so even though Board Member Yang would be in the office, he'd be in a separate office. It would not be board members collaborating in person.
Okay, understand. I hope you move those people to a future board meeting.
Yeah, certainly. So last up, there's two quick items. One, I just want to kind of give you a summary of what is happening with the board staff, and want to throw out an idea that we were discussing as Board Member Yang brought up earlier. He's been having a lot of discussions, and we've been facilitating some discussions about what to do with small growers that aren't enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program or who are having some challenges with respect to water supply, compliance, nitrate, other issues like that. So Sean asked me to reach out to fellow state agencies. We've had a number of meetings with, for example, CDFA. Yesterday we had a long discussion with DPR, Department of Pesticide Regulation. And I think one of the concepts that we're kicking around is the idea of having a small grower summit, where we would invite many of the small growers in the Valley, perhaps down in the Fresno area, to understand, interact with not only the board, but with also other agencies that might have resources available to small growers, be they CDFA with some of the small grower programs, soil health, things of that nature, or DWR or pesticide regulation, and essentially getting this together to have a very open discussion, especially focused on those growers that are under 20 acres, a portion of those growers that are having some difficulty coming into compliance with the board's orders. So that's an idea that we are exploring. I just want to kind of reach out to the rest of the board and gauge your temperature, whether you would want to participate in that type of meeting. If we were going to put one together, it would probably be, we try and honor the requests from most growers to stay out of our business through the growing season, through the drought, and after harvest time. So come early winter through spring, that's a good time to hit us up for a meeting. So we can get that together at some time in the winter is what the idea would be. And again, it would be a joint meeting with some folks from CDFA, from the Waterboards. I just want to know from the board, would it be worth it to notice it as a special board meeting, so as many of the board members could attend, hybrid or not, hybrid or in person? I think we would absolutely want to have an in-person availability. We have a forum set up so that small growers could actually come in and interact with these folks. But just wanted to put that idea out there, see if anybody was opposed, and we'll get that set up.
Well, I think it should be a special meeting, but I think it also should be virtual because we're covering the whole valley. And there may be small farmers up around Redding or somewhere around Chico or somewhere who want to participate. If it's clear down in the Fresno area, that's a long ways to go. Certainly there are small farmers in the Sacramento area. So I think we have to have virtual access for them.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested in doing an in-person, and if there was any tour available, I would really like that as well. So I think it's a great idea.
I agree.
I
Excellent.
agree as well.
Patrick, question about the small farmer. So we look focusing on folks just 20 acres and less. Is there going to be, just curious as to outreach later on as to folks, there's got to be some sort of.
I think that that number is totally flexible. And I certainly wouldn't bar anybody from attending. But I think the focus and the outreach, what we've seen is it's those growers that have had the most difficulty coming into compliance with our program, most difficulty signing up for our program. And that's especially, and so the outreach would be multilingual outreach. The outreach would be in many different areas, and we're trying to get that all set up to make that happen.
Sounds great. Thanks.
All right, we'll work on setting that up. Last but not least, and I do want to thank Board Member Yang for kind of bringing this to our attention and for doing a lot of legwork, a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of discussions, bringing himself up to speed about some of the issues that these communities face in the Valley.
Patrick,
Go ahead.
Before you move away from this item, can I just echo real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Patrick and the team, and thank you to Dr. Carr and the board for your support. I really appreciate this. I think our community, the smaller growers and the disadvantaged grower would definitely appreciate it and benefit so much. So just want to say thank you.
Excellent. Well, thanks again for bringing these issues to the forefront. Last but not least, I sent out a message to all staff, kind of Raji, as you noted, the state opened for business on the 15th, right? But not much of our operations actually changed on the 15th. We are currently waiting on a number of different pieces of the puzzle to come into place before we have a seismic shift in terms of how we operate and how we work with our staff here in the office. I think first and foremost, we're waiting on some decisions and some negotiations to finalize between Cal OSHA, which is going to set the rules as to what mask expectations are in the workplace. And I think with the default position on the table right now being that unvaccinated people can come back to the office without masks, without being socially distanced, but those people who have not taken the vaccine would still have to wear masks. Again, I don't want to wade into that. I'm glad some other agency is setting the rules there, better than us in terms of how those workplace rules are structured. But we're absolutely going to follow that direction from the agencies that make those determinations about workplace safety when we reopen our offices, when we kind of invite all of our staff back. Number two, I think Cal HR, as you might know, is currently engaged in bargaining with a number of different bargaining units throughout the state. We've got a number of different unions representing workers here within our office, and Cal HR, we're waiting on them to tell us, hey, here's what the new agreements say. Here's what the new agreements say with respect to telework, with respect to resources, things of that nature. We have to kind of wait until those two pieces of the puzzle are in place, and then we can get to the good stuff, which is kind of developing, and it's currently under development, but developing a return to work policy that will apply throughout the Cal EPA boards, departments, and organizations. And I think we're doing that jointly with Cal EPA for a number of different reasons. One, we want to make it relatively even throughout all of the boards, departments, and organizations so that one office doesn't have a more lenient telework or return to work policy than another, which could potentially draw away employees. And we want to have a great deal of flexibility and frankly, check-ins, whether it's working or not, as we implement the new hybrid workforce. I think a lot of the options on the table are to have most staff continue to telework, perhaps potentially even a majority of their time. So they'd be only in the office a couple days out of the week is kind of the default position, with some staff being in the office a little bit more, some staff being in the office potentially a little bit less, and different rules potentially for managers. All of that is being considered as we kind of formulate our return to work policy. So that's the big picture. You know, I know we've heard from the governor that the state is reopening. A lot of restrictions were certainly lifted on the 15th, but how it applies to our employees, there are very big pieces of the puzzle that we're working feverishly on to try and make sure that our workplace remains safe, remains secure as we kind of move into this next phase. But whatever phase it is, just like the board meetings will change, the nature of work at the regional board has also changed. There will almost certainly be a greater emphasis on telework to realize all the benefits of telework. And then coming into the office, when people do come into the office, there will be an even bigger burden placed on managers to make sure that that time in the office isn't just, you got to come into the office because these are the 2 days out of the week that you come into the office. You come into the office with purpose towards collaboration, with purpose towards interacting with stakeholders, with interacting with your peers to solve problems. So it's a very complex picture that we're working on. I know all of the organizations that you work with are tackling these very same issues. It's going to be tougher. I think actually the message that we've been getting through our trainings, we have a number of trainings coming through the management at the State Water Board, is that a hybrid workforce and switching to a hybrid workforce is actually more complicated than flipping the switch and telling everybody go telework. And I certainly think as managers here at the board, we're feeling that. We want to make sure that our employees stay safe and really that they're as productive and happy as they can be as we kind of approach this new reality of the new American workplace. So I just wanted to put that out there, let you guys know what's happening with respect to reopening, what the office is going to look like, and, you know, also be fairly frank that we do not have all the answers. A lot of those answers are still being worked out at other agencies and at other entities within Cal EPA. So with that, I'll finally let Carl resume the board meeting calendar, but I just wanted to let you know what's happening here.
How we do work is going to change tremendously in the future as we learn the powers and the things that telework's not able to do. With that said, a colleague of mine at UC Davis this last quarter, UC Davis, he presented it. He's from Germany. He went back home and presented it from Germany. Met with his students, ran his research, all of it while being in the Black Forest of Germany. Quite an accomplishment, and I'm interested in getting a report from him. What were the downfalls? Well, the downfall for him was his workday was changed by 9 hours. And he finally got up at 11 in the morning, and he went to bed about 3 o'clock at night, or 3 o'clock in the morning, I should say, because of the 9-hour shift. But he was able to make it work. So we're going to find all kinds of things happening. And the example I give of him is also going to have ramifications for international businesses in that they'll be able to work on another zone's time. So,
well, just like one of the board members said, we have a large area, but probably not that large.
Not that large, no. So moving on, I've been trying so hard to get to agenda item 6, but and we'll take a break after agenda item 7. But so we're to the approval of the minutes from the prior board meeting, which is 22 April 2021. Do I have a motion?
Dr. Longley, before we make the motion, there's a clarification. Carmen Ramirez was the vice chair throughout the meeting, and it shows in there a couple of times where Vice Chair Kadar, I was not the vice chair in the April meeting.
So
I was voted in at the end of that meeting, so that correction needs to be made as at least.
That's a revision.
Yes.
That has to be done. I see Patrick making a note. Good. Any further discussion on the minutes?
I'll move the approval of the minutes with that change.
Nick's made the motion with the change. Do I have a second with the change?
I'll second.
Carmen seconded. Call the roll.
Board Member Abdus,
Aye.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
Chair Longley.
Yes, motion carries. Move on to agenda item 7, the uncontested calendar. This is a time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 14 through 17. Janelle, has anyone submitted an email requesting to comment on any of these uncontested items?
No, Dr. Longley.
Thank you. Are there any late revisions?
No late revisions, Dr. Longley.
Very good. I'll close the hearing and ask for a motion.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor.
You've been in court too much lately.
I move the uncontested calendar as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Carmen's moved, Raji seconded. Call the roll.
Board Member Abdus,
Yes.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes. Motion carries. We'll move on to, okay, I said we give a short break. Mike, I show about the time being 10:42. Let's come back in 8 minutes, 10:50. So we're in recess until 10:50.
Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Gene.
Looks like you're in the boardroom.
Well, it looks that way, doesn't it?
So you've got your presentation loaded, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, Donna's going to be doing it.
When do
Great.
you want me to put it up in the screen now, or should I wait for your?
Shortly, Dr. Longley or Patrick will invite you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
And
announce
Gene,
you.
and Gene will be this first speaker.
Sounds good.
We're back in session on agenda item 8. This is a status update on wastewater consolidation efforts under Senate Bill 1215. This time the board will hear an update on wastewater consolidation efforts under Senate Bill 1215. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now hear the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Longley and members of the board. My name is Scott Armstrong. I'm a senior engineering geologist. Got that? Hang on a second here. Okay. My name is Scott Armstrong. I'm a senior engineering geologist and manager of the Waste Discharge to Land Permitting Unit, or commonly known as the WDR unit here in the Rancho Cordova office. The WDR program provides regional oversight of the wastewater consolidation process, which is the subject of this informational presentation. Today's presentation will be broken into 3 parts, with the first 2 sections presented by our wastewater consolidation staff. Danya Jimerson will start with a brief overview of the program and how the related activities are being implemented in the Central Valley region. Then James Garcia from the Division of Financial Assistance will provide a brief summary of available funding and qualifying criteria to facilitate consolidation projects. After that, Jessica Mullane will then summarize our current prioritization approach and coordination with other water board programs in identifying disadvantaged communities that are ideally suited for sewer consolidation. And finally, Danya will return to summarize our progress to date, lessons learned, and some of the challenges we face or anticipate as this program continues to develop. And with that, let's begin.
Good morning, Chairman Longley and members of the board. My name is Dania Jimerson. The State Water Board selected the Central Valley Water Board to implement Senate Bill 1215 because of the large number of disadvantaged communities in the Central Valley. I was hired into this program soon after adoption of Senate Bill 1215. And I thought, given my years of experience with the Irrigated Lands Program and MPDS, that this was the perfect fit to successfully implement this challenging but very rewarding program. I hope you get a sense through the presentation of how enthusiastic and motivated we are about this new program. Wastewater consolidation is parallel with the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Program, or SAFER for short, and their efforts to improve drinking water availability to disadvantaged communities. Implementation of the Wastewater Consolidation Program is provided through Senate Bill 1215, which was signed in 2018. Senate Bill 1215 modifies the California Water Code to authorize regional water boards to encourage the provision of sewer service to disadvantaged communities with inadequate on-site sewage treatment systems. The main goals of Senate Bill 1215 are to reduce nitrate impacts to drinking water and to provide an incentivized path for sewer service connections that could potentially benefit not only disadvantaged communities, but also wastewater treatment facilities in need of upgrades to meet compliance with effluent limits. In terms of the Senate Bill 1215 criteria, for determining which communities qualify as a wastewater consolidation project, the legislature included a specific criteria such as communities with inadequate on-site sewage treatment systems, which are defined by the Water Code as systems that have the reasonable potential to cause a violation of water quality objectives, to impair present or future beneficial uses of water, or to cause pollution, nuisance, or contamination of waters of the state. It includes, but is not limited to, septic tanks, cesspools, leach fields, and seepage fields. Additionally, the communities need to meet the classification of disadvantaged community. Throughout the presentation, we are going to be referring to communities frequently as disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged. This classification is based on the California Water Code definition, on which a disadvantaged community is a community with an annual median household income that is less than 80% of the statewide annual median household income. And a severely disadvantaged community is a community with an annual median household income that is less than 60% of the statewide annual median household income. This classification is very important to determine funding availability, since severely disadvantaged communities could potentially receive 100% grant funding for septic to sewer projects. And this is something that the next presenter, James Garcia from DFA, will actually explain further. The last criterion referred to the distance between disadvantaged communities and wastewater treatment facilities or sewer service providers, which ideally, according to the legislature, this distance needs to be less than or equal to 3 miles, mainly for financial considerations or when considering a mandatory consolidation. This distance limit is conditional for the Central Valley Water Board to issue an order for a receiving sewer system to provide sewer service to all or a portion of the disadvantaged community with inadequate on-site sewage treatment systems. Enforcement orders will only be issued after the voluntary process fails, and if the Central Valley Water Boards make the necessary findings. But most of the discussion today will focus on the voluntary process, which we have found to be successful. Examples of sewer service providers or receiving sewer systems with a wastewater treatment facility and a collection systems are cities, municipalities, and special districts. The 3-mile distance is mostly applicable to mandatory consolidation. However, currently, we have wastewater consolidation projects such as the Monterey Patrack Community Service District, here circled in red, for which the distance to the nearest sewer service provider, which in this case is the City of Modesto Water Quality Control Facility, is greater than 3 miles. However, DFA has approved the initial technical assistance and planning funding for this project because the overall cost of the project is still below the maximum allowable funding for septic to sewer projects. And of course, this was a voluntary consolidation project. Reason why, ideally, we want to encourage voluntary wastewater consolidation by providing all the necessary information and during the public outreach process, especially in those cases in which both the community and the sewer service agency are willing to move forward with the process. Implementation of the wastewater consolidation program began with internal coordination among Central Valley Regional Board programs, such as the Nitrate Control Program of CV Salt and the On-Site Wastewater Treatment Systems Policy, or most known as the OATS policy. Additionally, consolidation also provides discharges with a pathway to achieve alternative compliance goals and requirements with these two programs. We also are in continuous coordination and consultation with the State Board, specifically with the divisions of financial assistance, the division of drinking water, and specifically with the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Program, or SAFER, and their drinking water consolidation efforts. And also with the Division of Water Quality, specifically with the Surface Water Permitting Section, which is managed by Diana Messina. The budget change proposal for Senate Bill 1215 to implement this program was developed by staff working in her program. And now I will leave you with James Garcia, senior of the Small Community Wastewater Unit within DFA, and I would like to give James a lot of credit for all his help and patience throughout this year and a half, because he has been instrumental in the implementation of this program. Thank you, James. Your turn.
Well, thank you, Dania. It's been a pleasure. Hello, Board Chair Longley and members of the board. I'm James Garcia, and I'm the senior for the Small Community Wastewater Unit at the Division of Financial Assistance. Today, I'll be providing a brief overview of our Small Community Grant Program that can provide financing for wastewater consolidation projects. Currently, the primary source of available funding is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which is a federally funded program administered by the State Water Board. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund has two allocations specifically for small communities: principal forgiveness and small community grant. Both sources of funds are administered as grant funds to the applicant. We also have low interest loans available for applicants who need additional funding to implement their project or for project components that are not eligible for grant. However, for the purposes of today's presentation, we will focus on grant funding for wastewater consolidation projects. To be eligible for funding, an applicant must be a public agency, a Native American tribal organization, or a 501c3 nonprofit organization. All entities must have jurisdiction over disposal of sewage, industrial wastes, or other wastes. To be eligible for grant funding, applicants must also meet the following two criteria. The community population must be less than 20,000, and the community must meet the definition of a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community. Disadvantaged communities are defined as communities with a median household income of 80% or less of the statewide MHI. Wastewater rates must also be greater than 1.5% of the community's MHI. Severely disadvantaged communities are defined as having a median household income of 60% or less of the statewide MHI. Currently, the annual MHI for California is approximately $75,000. The main purpose of our grant funding is to benefit private residences with their wastewater infrastructure needs. Eligible projects typically focus on consolidating residential communities, both sewered and unsewered, mobile home parks, migrant housing centers, tribal communities, and K-12 public schools. Connections serving commercial properties are not eligible to receive grant funding, but may be eligible for a loan. For privately owned communities such as mobile home parks, the public agency with wastewater jurisdiction over that community may act as the lead applicant on their behalf. The entity receiving wastewater flow from a consolidated community may also act as the lead applicant, which leads me to my next slide. This slide shows the various grant applications available for disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities. Our first application is our planning and design application, which can fund 100% of total project costs at a maximum allowable grant of $500,000 per project. Examples of eligible items include feasibility studies, plans and specs, environmental documents, sewer system evaluations, rate surveys, and reports of waste discharge. The next application is our construction application, which can fund 75% of total project costs for disadvantaged communities, or 100% of total project costs for severely disadvantaged communities. The maximum allowable grant for a septic sewer or consolidation project is $10 million, or $75,000 per eligible connection, whichever is reached first. Examples of eligible items include installation of new collection systems, rehab of existing pipelines, sewer laterals, lift stations, treatment plant upgrades, new treatment facilities, storage, and recycled water distribution systems. Construction grants can also be used to develop a mini loan program for homeowners to convert their septic systems on their private property. The last application is our technical assistance application, which is administered through a separate program in DFA, but can still be used for consolidation projects. Technical assistance can fund 100% of costs, and the maximum grant for each project is reviewed on a case-by-case basis. The primary focus of technical assistance is to help communities who do not have staff or the resources to proceed with an application. DFA contracts with third-party nonprofit organizations to assist communities with tasks such as project coordination, engineering and environmental analysis, and legal assistance. And with that, I will turn it over to Jessica Mullane, who will be discussing the Central Valley Waterboards prioritization strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, James. My name is Jessie Mullane, and today I will give an overview of our prioritization strategy and the associated data limitations. This slide shows a schematic simplifying our current candidate community identification and prioritization strategy. Using data from the American Community Survey, we initially select communities that meet two main criteria from Senate Bill 1215 and the Small Community Grant Fund, which are disadvantaged community status and population of less than 20,000 persons. To capitalize on ongoing Central Valley Water Board efforts, we are aligning our prioritization strategy with the nitrate control program by focusing on counties that contain Priority 1 management zones, which are Fresno, Kings, Madera, Merced, Stanislaus, and Tulare counties. Our main obstacle to identifying candidate communities is a lack of comprehensive location and performance data for on-site sewage treatment systems. We are partnering with on-site wastewater treatment system policy implementation staff to meet with county environmental health directors on an individual basis to obtain maps of sewer service areas and connections. This ongoing process has been mostly successful, but varies based on county and local agency resources. Once we have compiled all the sewer service areas, we will rank the unsewered communities based on threats to water quality, specifically looking at the nitrate and nitrite status of adjacent community and domestic wells. We also plan to use local agency management plan data to determine if there are clusters of siting failures that may qualify a community for consolidation. Once candidate communities are identified, we initiate outreach through local government and community and nonprofit organizations. Here are the current candidate community counts. Please note that these numbers are based on the 2014 through 2018 American Community Survey. The 2019 American Community Survey data was recently released, but we have not yet updated our counts. Spot checks have shown consistency in the classification of communities between the two data sets. Please also note that these counts are based on census places, so they represent a mix of cities and census designated places. The top table shows a progressive selection of communities based on select criteria from Senate Bill 1215 and the Small Community Grant Fund, as well as our priority counties containing Priority 1 management zones of the nitrate control program. The bottom table shows the number of disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities in the priority counties. From those 6 counties, we have elected to first focus on Fresno, Stanislaus, and Tulare counties, as they have the greatest number of disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. In the following slides, I will show example maps that have been generated for the first 3 of our priority counties. Here we have a map of Tulare County. I understand it is difficult to read, and I will zoom in on example areas in the following slides, but I wanted to provide an overview first. On the map, severely disadvantaged communities are outlined in fuchsia, and disadvantaged communities are outlined in royal blue. Those communities for which data was not available are outlined in black. We have also inset a table of the candidate communities and their economic status for more easy identification. The brown dots represent the point location of permitted wastewater treatment facilities. While we do not automatically disqualify communities based on proximity to wastewater treatment facilities, as Danya mentioned earlier, a distance greater than 3 miles may be cost prohibitive, and our enforcement authority is restricted to those facilities that are within 3 miles of a disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged community. One limitation we face with data is demonstrated by the use of points to identify wastewater treatment facilities. While the point addresses are helpful, they do not provide information about the extent or boundary of sewer service areas. For example, the community of East Arosi is more than 3 miles away from the point location of the nearest wastewater treatment facility, and therefore outside of our program's enforcement authority. However, while investigating a referral project, direct inquiry with wastewater treatment facility staff revealed that East Arosi was in fact within the 3-mile radius of their sewer service area, making it a candidate for mandatory consolidation if voluntary consolidation was not possible. The City of Porterville provides yet another example of the limitations of the data that is readily available for our prioritization. Porterville City does not appear on our prioritization maps, but I have added it here in yellow for context. Although the City of Porterville is severely disadvantaged, it is excluded from our candidate communities because it exceeds the 20,000 persons population criterion of the Small Community Grant Fund. However, based on testimony given by a Porterville City resident during a recent nitrate control program webinar, we know that there are economically disadvantaged and unsewered pockets within the city. Unfortunately, given our data sources, we have no way of filtering for or identifying those pockets within larger population centers. We are only able to address them through individual meetings with county representatives to discuss the extent of sewer service areas and their knowledge of unsewered pockets. Here we have the map of Fresno County with the same depiction of disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities as in the Tulare County maps. I used the map of Fresno County to highlight jurisdictional and cooperation issues that we face when meeting with counties to obtain more granular information on the sewer status of our potential candidate communities. Most counties have memoranda of understanding with the cities that allow us to access maps of their sewer service areas through the county. However, the City of Fresno, which has been added to this map in yellow, has elected to develop their own on-site wastewater system program separate from that of the county. While the City of Fresno is not included in our selected communities, we are concerned that, like Porterville, it may contain disadvantaged and unsewered pockets that qualify for consolidation. Unfortunately, obtaining this information will be slower as we are still working to build a cooperative relationship with the city. The last priority county map I will share today is that of Stanislaus County. Stanislaus County does not represent any unique challenge to prioritization, but I use it to highlight some of the challenges that we face in all counties based on the available data. It is important to note that while the map may appear to only have a handful of communities, each of these highlighted places could represent several projects. The American Community Survey is not granular enough to identify the neighborhood level demographic data that we need to do a proper count of potential projects in a given county or even census place. Therefore, to obtain this information, we rely on coordination with local government and nonprofit organizations. As Danya described earlier, Monterey Park Tract, pictured toward the bottom of this map, is an example of successful coordination amongst nonprofit organizations, community residents, and local sewer purveyors. And with that, I turn it back to you, Danya.
Thank you, Jessie. I will complete this presentation by providing you with a quick overview of what we have accomplished up to this point, lessons learned through a year and a half of program implementation, and current and expected challenges given our experience of working on these projects. This is a simplified overview of the wastewater consolidation process from the moment that we are first contact regarding a potential wastewater consolidation project until consolidation is completed. Within this process, I would like to emphasize 3 key aspects. First is the relevant stakeholder negotiation process, in which we usually meet with the representatives of disadvantaged communities, nonprofit organizations, counties, wastewater treatment facilities, and other potential sewer service providers. The main goal of this part of the process is to provide all the necessary information regarding the program, funding available, and a mechanism for all parties to access available grant funding and hopefully reach consensus among disadvantaged communities and the potential sewer service providers, which is the ultimate goal of the stakeholder negotiation process. However, if consensus cannot be reached, after the voluntary process has been exhausted, the Regional Water Board can issue an enforcement order for mandatory consolidation, requiring a receiving sewer system to provide sewer service to all or a portion of the disadvantaged community. A mandatory consolidation order might set timelines and performance measures for completing the process, but before the regional boards can order mandatory consolidation, the board needs to make certain findings that may need to hold an additional public meeting. Some of the findings that will allow the regional board to implement this legal mandate are reasonable efforts to reach a voluntary consensus were made. Providing sewer service is appropriate and technically and economically feasible, and is both an effective and a cost-effective solution, to name a few. However, as I described earlier, we are working towards an encouraging voluntary consolidation, since the mandatory consolidation will take away valuable and limited resources allocated to working cooperatively with communities and potential sewer service providers. Also, in terms of program accomplishments, we developed a website and an information fact sheet that is available on the website in English and Spanish. Since I speak and write Spanish fluently, I was able to review the Spanish version of this fact sheet to make sure that the intent of the legislature was clearly reflected and explained. Additionally, I obtained my Spanish bilingual certification after joining the program to provide an extra level of comfort to the Spanish demographic audience and ease in the communication during the public outreach meetings with various community representatives. To be able to effectively implement Senate Bill 1215 and successfully work through the negotiation and mediation process of the current wastewater consolidation projects, we have been coordinating and collaborating in a consistent and continuous basis with the following interested parties, which I am showing here in the lower section of this diagram, starting with concerned citizens, counties, local agencies, and disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. And in the upper section of this diagram, in brown, we have districts, cities, and wastewater treatment facilities, which are examples of potential sewer service providers. We are also collaborating intensively with non-profit organizations such as the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, the California Rural Legal Assistance Corporation, and self-help enterprises, to name a few. We are aware that there are other nonprofit organizations that perhaps in the future we need to contact. However, the ones listed here are the ones that we are currently working on active projects. We are also coordinating internally with other regional boards. 8 staff resources were distributed among 5 regions, in addition to an attorney located in the Office of Chief Counsel at the State Board. Since the staff resources were only recently allocated to the other 4 regions, we have been internally coordinating and assisting other regional boards to bring their staff, as well as program managers, up to speed with the wastewater consolidation implementation process. All of the projects that we have been involved with and we are actively working on have been referred to us by nonprofit organizations and MPDS and WDR permitting staff. Since January of 2020, we have been involved in about 19 wastewater consolidation projects, and from those, we have about 12 projects that we are still actively working on, and they are in different stages of the consolidation process. Most of these cases were referred to us, and we implemented the wastewater consolidation process using the voluntary approach described earlier. Usually, when a project is referred to us, some of the considerations taken into account, in addition to Senate Bill 1215 criteria, which I described earlier, are the funding criteria, which James already went in detail earlier, such as the cost, which is directly related to the number of connections or households within that community, which are listed here in the light blue highlighted yellow column. The population density highlighted in yellow, and then the nearest a potential sewer service provider, which is listed here in the highlighted green column. So, and from those wastewater consolidation projects previously listed, and after multiple stakeholder meetings, these are some examples of our successful consolidation projects to date that have been transitioned to DFA for funding coordination and approval, as Jane previously described. By working through the implementation process with the active wastewater consolidation projects that we have learned that we can build trust with the communities by continue our collaboration and coordination with nonprofit organizations. We also realize that greater coordination is needed with the state board divisions, such as the Division of Drinking Water, DFA, and the Office of Chief Counsel, as well as regional boards, to be consistent on the interpretation and implementation of Senate Bill 1215, since this is a statewide program. Laurel Wardrip from the Groundwater Quality Branch within the Division of Water Quality is helping us develop that connection in a more formal and proactive manner. With regards to the unmappable packet zones that Jesse mentions earlier, those areas will slowly get resolved and addressed by continuous coordination with the county health departments and local communities. And finally, as we continue to advance in our prioritization strategy and selection of communities, further prioritization will be needed by including key components such as the identification of unsewered communities, consolidation interest, funding available, and determining the level of nitrate impacts to public drinking water sources. Some of the challenges that we have encountered during our preliminary stages of the consolidation process from the sewer service providers' point of view are the lack of incentive. Funding through the DFA for wastewater consolidation projects is appealing to sewer service providers, but sometimes it's just not enough incentive. And that's the truth. I mean, specifically when it comes to investing initial resources into this process, such as attending to meetings and completing the initial DFA applications. Additionally, in the meetings that we had with municipalities, cities, and districts, they have expressed concern and hesitation in moving forward with these projects due to the potential legal consequences if they deviate from the city's 10-year general plan to expand sewer service to communities not previously planned. And the same concern applies to changes to their city ordinance, the municipal code, and so forth. From the point of view of the communities, inevitably, the current situation of social distancing has had an effect on the process. And specific examples of that are low virtual participation and the median household income surveys. Now they take a lot longer to complete since the nonprofit organizations cannot go from door to door educating and guiding the residents through the surveys. Another challenge from the community side is the fear of loss of local water control and jurisdictional issues. And in addition, another challenge is the cost of taking facilities with existing compliance issues and aging infrastructure. And after consolidation, we are concerned with the impact to sewer rates, meaning, is the community going to be able to afford these new sewer rates? And finally, hiring and retaining well-trained certified operators is a challenge, specifically since there is no operation and maintenance funding under the Small Community Grant Fund. As you can see, there are still much work ahead of us as we continue to reach out to numerous disadvantaged communities and local sewer service providers within the Central Valley. So this concludes our presentation, and on behalf of Scott, Jessica, and James, we thank you for this opportunity to present our work up to date, and we are available and happy to answer your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you for your good work. And it's very important work. I'd like to have a copy of your slides, please. They're very informative. You know, it's difficult doing what you're doing. With that said, I'm going to criticize not you, but the framers of 1215. There are a lot of communities out there that'll never be eligible for these funds. And the framers of 1215, I guess, forgot that we are no longer in the 1900s, we're in the 21st century. We've seen with virtual communications that we've been forced to move into that there are ways to do things virtually, and you can operate a wastewater treatment plant virtually. The issue of smallness is a huge issue. Small communities literally cannot afford the operators. They end up hiring people who maybe are working for another district or doing it part-time. I know that board member Kaderek can chime in on this, but in her community, the operator doesn't file reports on time. And this is for the water system, but the same thing would happen for a wastewater system. We have to look at other models, and we, being the legislature, has to look at other models that can develop the number of people that you can operate their systems remotely. You're going to get real-time data out of these systems as they're operating. You can put an operator on the road if one has to go to take care of a severe problem. But you have to have the number of operators that you have some redundancy among your operators. Somebody can go on vacation, et cetera, et cetera. I'll get off my pulpit, but the system as it's now set up doesn't work for these dispersed small communities that are outside of the 3-mile limit. And they're all not going to be 3 miles apart. 9 miles, 15 miles may be more typical. And there's a cost issue here. You maybe don't use a pipe, you use the technology. So with that said, I'll ask board members if there's any other comment. By the way, though, let me end. You guys do a great job with what you have. So let me ask for comments from other board members.
Yeah, Dr. Longley, yeah, I want to thank the staff for doing an excellent job in presenting. You said the issues that I was definitely going to raise, the 3 miles, less than 3 miles. How many disadvantaged communities in the rural areas are within a 3-mile radius? How many disadvantaged communities in the rural areas have voluntary support and participation from other districts that will want to take them in? I mean, so the legislation that's put together is working against the communities they're trying to assist, actually, to a degree. You've done a tremendous job and where you started, working with what you have and showing the progress that has been made. But there are a lot of communities out there that don't match up. And how do you address the water contamination, the groundwater, the surface water, the cesspools and inadequate cesspools, septic systems? The communities are still impacted. And operators, I've been saying for some time that we need to have roving operators. So if there's a district that has an operator that's not up to par in doing their job, someone can easily step in from a pool of operators and provide assistance and services. So, I mean, even if we don't have programs that will meet the needs of the disadvantaged communities, we need to at least have operators that can help support the systems to do the proper reporting to make sure there's safe drinking water. So, I mean, I'm just throwing out concerns that are still there despite the great work that you're doing for many of those communities out there that are left out. But thank you very much for your presentation, and hopefully we will get there and find answers to some of these questions that are of significant concern to me representing disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective, Carl and Denise. I would add that I think that my expectation would be in the years to come, you would see a continuing confluence between, I think, Denise, what you're bringing up, the drinking water consolidation authority is actually separate from this one. And some of the issues that you raise are the issues with the drinking water consolidation too. But it's a full circle, right? You know, and I think finding the resources to get one done, you should also work to find the resources to get the other done. And if you,
I'm addressing both. I did say drinking water, but waste and drinking water, they coincide, because if you're messing with the sewer and septic, it's affecting drinking water and water quality.
And you don't want to be constructing one without constructing the other, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense over the long term.
Right.
But I will say, you know, I think from the presentation, what you've seen is Jessica and Danya, it's a little program. They've been working really hard at this program, but really stretching the limits of it to try and accomplish, you know, exactly what you articulated, Carl and Denise, of talking about different concepts, of talking about how that 3 mile boundary can be extended, and a good recognition of what the roadblocks are on the horizon, whether it's operations or whether it is community acceptability or funding issues. So all credit to them for getting this program up and running, basically on a shoestring for these first year and a half.
Well, I heard it from one of the NGOs who works on these issues in New Mexico. You don't need a pipe to connect communities. We need to move into the 20th century. So I appreciate your comments, Patrick. And by the way, just board knows, I went on this for some time at the last chairs meeting, and got favorable responses out of Joaquin, who chairs those meetings. So we'll see where we go.
Okay, Dr. Longley, just briefly, I do think the staff that we have here and their presentation was great. And when the opportunity comes to address some of the concerns that I raised, they would be the ideal group to further the progress that they've been made, because they're already on the ground, they're doing the work. But I'm just really looking at the severely disadvantaged communities out of the pocket because they can't get the assistance, and there's still that need. Thank you, staff.
Our staff has to work with the tools they have. My comments were directed towards the legislature.
Yeah.
Very good. Any further comments? Well, once again, I thank the presenters, and I'd like very much to get a copy of your slides.
Yeah,
I'd like to get a copy as well, Dr. Longman.
Yeah, and I would as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me as well.
With
Me
that,
as well.
I've had a slight emergency arise. We need to take a 5-minute break. We'll move on to agenda item 9.
We do have Debbie Webster, who submitted a blue card comment for agenda item 8. I'm not sure. She indicated she'll use the raise hand feature, so I'm not sure if she wants to comment on this item or not.
Yeah, my suggestion.
Yeah, Dr. Long is taking a 5-minute break. He had an emergency, so we may just need to pause for a moment for him to return.
Thanks, Denise.
I see Dr. Longley's magic chair in the forest. Welcome back. Looks like you're muted, Dr. Longley. You are muted, Dr. Longley.
I'm back. I apologize for stepping out. My wife's ill and I have to perform nursing duties. So we're back on it. But this is the advantage of virtual meetings too. You're close to where you have to be. Agenda item 9.
So Dr. Longley, Debbie Webster had a card in for agenda item 8.
Oh, Debbie, go ahead and talk. I would never preclude you for speaking, Debbie.
You can unmute Debbie.
Gene may keep you muted, but I wouldn't stop you.
You are unmuted.
Okay, well, sorry about this one. I'm not able to show my video. But I just want to also extend my thanks to Danya and Jesse and James and Scott on an excellent presentation on this, and just the real recognition of the challenges that are faced both by those communities that may be sewered and by the communities that would serve them. And really just appreciate the conversation. I think that it's not an easy step. There's a lot of choices. And I think when it comes down to everything, it is having that will, which requires a lot of work together and collaboration, and then a way, and having that financing definitely provides a start. And I agree, is to the extent that there is additional financing, to the extent that there are additional provisions that it, the 3 mile goes along. I know that that's a mandatory provision. But at least on the voluntary side, it certainly makes sense. So just wanted to express my appreciation for this.
Thank you, Debbie. Any comments by board members? Okay, hearing none. And we don't have any more cards on agenda item 8, am I correct?
That is correct, Dr. Longley.
Thank you. We'll move on then to agenda item 9, Sacramento Regional Sanitation District. At this time, the board this is an information item, and at this time, the board will hear an update on Sacramento Regional Sanitation District's wastewater treatment plant upgrade and Echo Water project. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Sacramento Regional Sanitation District staff will provide a presentation. Following the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now hear the presentation by the Sacramento Regional Sanitation District.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Mike Crooks. I'm at the Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District. My title is Deputy Director of Operations. And as of August of last year, I became the program manager over the Echo Water project. I do have a presentation to share. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to run it or if I was going to run it and share it. So let's see if I can make this happen.
If you have any trouble, I can run it as well.
Okay. If you can let me know whether or not.
We do see it, yes.
Okay. I just got to figure out how to present.
Try the F5 key.
There we go. So hopefully it's showing up as a presentation mode.
Not yet. We're still seeing the individual slide with the slides on the left.
Let's see.
So at the bottom right, you'll see that slideshow option.
Bottom left.
Bottom right on my
Bottom
screen. Shows the movie screen to the right, and then the size controls.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Well, if you're more comfortable, you can go up to the top where it says slideshow. Tell it to start from the beginning. Pull down menu at the top.
I see end slideshow. I see display settings. Duplicate. So it might be better if you can run the thing on your end, and I'll just ask you to change the slides as we go.
Sure.
All right.
Give me a second to load that.
Sorry for that.
Not a problem. One of the challenges of being virtual.
I'm not accustomed to Zoom. We usually use some different platforms. So.
Oh, I tell you what, Zoom is for me a blessing. It allows me to, well, we pulled together a project recently. One of the members of the team was in England. So, hey, you know, that's, of course, we meet very early in the morning, but
Sure.
But able to do it, and couldn't have done it otherwise.
I'm almost there. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay.
And I just need to find my Zoom. Here we go. I'll share that now.
I'm seeing a slide on my screen.
There you go.
Okay. Again, my name is Mike Crooks with Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. I also have on the line another one of our staff, Robert Seafried. He's a senior civil engineer with our policy and planning department. So it would be helpful to give him an ability to unmute so he can respond to questions as needed. And then also I have in the room with me, Ken Abraham. He's our lead process engineer and also acts as our commissioning lead as we get into the commissioning activities. So this first slide shows an aerial of the better part of the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. I think you probably all know it's 181 MGD average dry weather flow permitted plant, discharges to the Sacramento River. Secondary plant at the moment, working on changing that. Next slide, please. So I'm going to try and step through this pretty briefly. We're going to cover a little bit of the background of the EcoWater project, what brought it about, a little bit of history behind it, technology selection and our pilot facility, which were key in establishing our game plan for complying with the new permit we received. We'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges we've experienced along the way, our continued interaction and communication with the regional board. We'll touch on the ammonia milestone that was recently accomplished, and also lastly, status of our tertiary milestone, which is currently on track. Next slide, please. So for the background, the district in December of 2010, we received some significant revisions to our permit for discharging to the Sacramento River. And those revisions brought about some new limits for ammonia and also requirement for tertiary treatment, basically filtration and enhanced disinfection. Shortly after, on May 11th, 2011, the schedule was set for meeting these new limits. And that schedule was set, we had to comply by May 11, 2021, this year.
During the time, we were operating under an interim average monthly ammonia limit of 39 milligrams per liter. The new limit with the permit that came in 2010 was 2.1 milligrams per liter. And again, this was in addition to the requirement to provide tertiary treatment. In the early stages, the district established an estimated range of what it would cost to come into compliance, and that range was established at $1.5 to $2.1 billion. We jumped on things pretty quickly and assembled a technology selection committee. That committee made a decision that we should build a pilot plant to explore the various alternative technologies for treatment that we would want to employ to meet those new limits. Next slide. So technology selection, the committee that we formed, they convened and held workshops with various industry experts, experienced operators. And again, there was a decision to move forward with a full-scale pilot facility at the plant. We started with some seed money, $1.5 million grant funding from the State Water Board. I think the original intention of that money was something different, but we were allowed to use it towards the EcoWater project and the construction of the pilot facility. As I mentioned, we did jump on this rather quickly. So, shortly after we set the compliance deadline, the district let a design build contract to construct that pilot plant. It's a quarter MGD plant. Again, it's here at the plant site. And that was designed and constructed from July of 2011 through April of 2012. So less than a year, which was a rather incredible feat. So the pilot plant was instrumental in a number of ways, and the image below shows the pilot. It allowed us to basically right size the treatment processes in addition to selecting the right processes for the plant. Through the pilot plant, which cost roughly $20 million, we figure we achieved maybe close to $200 million in just construction costs alone. And that's related to the two largest projects that were needed to meet the new limits. To meet the ammonia limit, we needed a biological nutrient removal process or a BNR. And for the tertiary treatment process or requirements, a filtration process and disinfection. The pilot plant allowed us to basically prove that we could work with shorter solids retention times, meaning we wouldn't have to add additional secondary clarifiers. Also showed that we could operate with a shorter hydraulic retention time, which meant smaller BNR basins. On the tertiary treatment side of things, we worked with Division of Drinking Water to get approved to use a higher filtration rate than what would be typical. So we're at 7.5 gallons per minute per square foot instead of 5. Which saved a lot of money on the filtration footprint. And then on the disinfection side of things, we were able to prove that we could operate with a shorter contact time, thereby reducing the size of our contact basin. And so all those things together saved us a ton of money and really allowed us to focus on the right treatment processes for our needs. Next slide. Yeah, this is a little bit out of sequence because it's a fairly recent photo of a lot of work that had been completed. This is dated June of 2020, but it kind of shows the various components of the EcoWater project. It involved a number of projects in addition to BNR and the tertiary treatment process. This shows the plant with north on the bottom side of the slide. On that bottom side of the slide, those big, the big wide area, those are emergency storage basins. That was part of EcoWater. We deepened those basins and lined them with concrete. The BNR facility is just above it. It's rather, I forget the dimension, but it's a huge basin. Activated sludge process, nitrification, denitrification. Continuing to move up, you see our set of secondary clarifiers. These are existing clarifiers, but we had to retrofit them to accommodate the new RAS requirements, return activated sludge requirements for BNR. And then above that, we've got the tertiary treatment facilities being constructed. So you might note how nice and clean and dry this photo looks. The conditions were not always like this over the last 10 years. And so I have a slide a little bit later that shows, again, part of the challenges that we faced. Next slide, please. So to implement the EcoWater project, the district.
If I could interrupt you, in the last slide, you said you eliminated UV ozone.
Correct.
And what are you using?
So we're using chlorine, sodium hypochlorite for disinfection.
Okay.
Prior to all this, the plant had gaseous chemicals. We had gas chlorine and gas sulfur dioxide for dechlor. So over these last 10 years, we migrated away from those gaseous chemicals. We went to liquid form, so sodium hypochlorite and sodium bisulfite. And again, that helped proved through the pilot.
Good. Yep. So both chlorination, dechlorination.
Exactly. Right. So to implement EcoWater, the district formed the EcoWater Program Management Office. It was officially formed in February of 2012. Program Management Office, or PMO, is basically an integrated team of district staff as well as consultant staff. So the PMO was responsible for basically planning all the projects that were going to be needed to see this thing through. We developed scope and budget, we delineated projects, we established consistent project delivery requirements, design requirements, addressed various challenges, established basis of design for each of the projects, and assisted with the procurement of a number of design contracts to actually do the final design work. And as this got established, we created what we called considering our set program budget, 1.735 billion. That was set several years ago, made official, and it continues to be the same. So we've not changed our budget at this point, and don't see that we will, except for maybe reduce it. Next slide, please. This, I know you can't read everything, it's pretty small print, but this reflects all the projects that are part of the EcoWater project. A lot of them are process related. The ones I mentioned earlier, the BNR, or biological nutrient removal process for ammonia, TTF, or tertiary treatment facilities. But again, other supporting projects, flow equalization was the deepening and lining of those emergency storage basins. Another project that we'll touch on a little bit later, nitrifying side stream treatment to treat our side stream return flows, because it carried a heavy load of ammonia. And so that was kind of instrumental in early reductions in ammonia. And I mentioned the conversion from gaseous chemicals to liquid chemicals. So we have a disinfection chemical system that was constructed. And then we had support projects to get the site ready for all this heavy construction, moving utilities around, moving existing buildings around, expanding our main electrical substation because of the additional power loads that were going to come with the new facilities. So a lot of improving existing infrastructure to support the construction activities as well as the new facilities. Next slide. So this is that same perspective that we saw earlier, but a little bit different look. This is one of the earlier challenges that we experienced once we got into construction. The deepening and lining of the emergency storage basins had already started. And if you can see, just above that, there's a footprint of where the BNR facility was constructed. So construction on the BNR facility started in 2016. And so construction season of 2016. So they were just basically getting going. And that following winter, we got hit with pretty much record rainstorms, if you can remember, and inundated the area, inundated our plant. Morrison Creek flows around the north edge and west side of the treatment plant, making its way to the Sacramento River. You can see it basically, you can barely see the outline of our perimeter levee protecting that creek from us and us from the creek. So this was a rather significant event, but we managed to work through it and really didn't miss a beat and stayed on schedule. So there's other challenges that we'll get into as we keep going through the slides. Next. Other challenges, at the time that we were starting construction, we were just coming out of the recession. And so we figured there was definitely a reduced availability of skilled construction labor. And so, you know, if anybody else is constructing things elsewhere, we're going to be competing for those resources, those limited resources. And we did a pretty good job at staying ahead of some other rather large programs that were getting going, namely the Bay Area, San Francisco PUC. And then we also had the Oroville Dam break, which pulled a lot of resources away from a lot of people. But again, with these limitations, we were able to keep work going. Another major challenge has been the pandemic, COVID-19. It posed a serious risk to our construction forces, as well as to plant staff, plant operations. And so, you know, the district, working with our contractors and our consultants, you know, we established and maintained excellent safety protocols, and everyone really did a good job at sticking to it. And as a result, and we did have some instances where you know, people did get sick, but for the most part, we remained unaffected and were able to keep things moving. Another challenge that's not listed here, staffing changes in the program management office. So figure over the last 10 years, you tend to have turnover, and we've had some significant turnover, especially in our upper positions. But again, the district's been able to, you know, keep the ball rolling with a lot of really talented folks. Next slide. Another major challenge is all this construction happening within the middle of an existing operating plant. Tremendous amount of effort went into you know, coordinating the construction activities along with the plant and its activities. You know, this plant was put online roughly in 1982, so it's aging, and so it's a lot of its existing infrastructure. It has needs for rehab and repair, and so we had a lot of that activity going on concurrent with everything else. So just really, you can't say enough about the level of coordination and cooperation that we've had with plant staff, with the contractors, with, you know, the engineers. It's just been a great teamwork atmosphere throughout the whole program so far. This is a quote from our district engineer, Prabhakar Samavarapu, and this was shortly after we started sending all flow through the BNR. And basically, that marked the end of an era, turning off the original high purity oxygen activated sludge process, which really didn't touch ammonia very well. And now we have this new facility. So just a nice milestone. Next slide. Another notable thing to mention was our continued involvement and coordination and communication with the regional board. Staff has been nothing but super helpful to our efforts. We've been very transparent with the board, and they've done everything they can within their power to help us move things along, addressing our compliance concerns. Another key thing that the regional board did was they allowed us to stagger our milestones for achieving the new limits. At the beginning, the milestone for meeting the ammonia limit and the tertiary treatment requirement was the same, May 11, 2021. But working with the regional board, we were able to extend the schedule for meeting the tertiary requirement to 2023. So May of 2023 is the date for tertiary treatment. And that was huge, because without that, we would have a tremendously humongous spike of construction activity. And I think it would be really tough to stay on top of things the way we've been able to do it. So thank you to the regional board for that. Next slide, please. I mentioned the nitrifying side stream treatment project. Again, this project allowed us to achieve some ammonia reduction early on. So the district did have a settlement agreement with downstream water agencies that required us to remove 3.5 million pounds of ammonia by May of this year, May 1 of this year. And that ammonia was basically sitting in our solids stabilization ponds or basins. So anytime any supernatant from those ponds flowed back to the headworks, it affected the ammonia levels in our influent and also in our effluent. So this project was developed in the planning stages. It nitrifies ammonia, but it does not go through the denitrification step. And so what we're left with is a high nitrate concentration effluent. And that effluent is actually sent to points upstream in our collection system to reduce hydrogen sulfide levels and to reduce odors. And that in turn has allowed us to reduce our chemical costs, chlorine and bioxide, to address those issues, hydrogen sulfide and odors. So this plant came online in 2018, 19. And we were able to meet that 3.5 million pound of removal of ammonia by August of last year. So well in advance of the deadline. And as of May of 2021, we've actually removed 5.2 million pounds of ammonia. So this process has been highly effective, and it's also provided great cost savings to us in terms of chemical savings. Next slide. So this is, again, a photo of the biological nutrient removal process. This photo is fairly recent. I believe it's a May photo. So this process, there's 8 basins that operate in parallel. And so basin number 1 is kind of in the lower left, and then it goes 2, 3, 4 onto the other side of the basin. The serpentine basins, they have 3 passes. So right now we see basins 1, 2, 3 in service. Basin 4 is empty. Our waste activated sludge basins are in the middle between the 2 sets of 4 basins. And then beyond that, we've got basins 5 and 6 in operation, basin 7 in clean water testing, and basin 8 that's empty and still in construction. So this photo shows 6 basins commissioned and being able to treat sewage, the 7th close to being ready. And at this point, we are able to send all flow through the basin, which was important. Next slide. So just kind of a brief history of how we've achieved the ammonia milestone. So back in September of 2020, the first 3 basins came online and started treating flow, but we didn't have enough capacity to treat all flow. So some of the remaining flow would go through our existing old high purity oxygen system. Since September of last year, the contractor's been able to make good progress on the remaining basins. And then again, as of April, we had enough basins online to be able to treat 100% of plant flow coming through, which meant we could then say we've achieved the limit, the new limit. And again, that happened on April 19, while our deadline for meeting that limit was May 11th, 2021. So we're just almost a month ahead of schedule, which was pretty amazing considering that the schedule was originally set 10 years ago and we didn't have to change it. So we consider that a great success. So we anticipate that the contractor will kind of wrap up the majority of their construction by fall of this year and achieve substantial completion. Work will continue into the winter of 2022, meaning January of 2022. Basically going through punch list work, and we still need to improve peak flow capacity. But so far, the basin has been performing quite well, both in terms of the removal of ammonia as well as hydraulically being able to run flow through it. Next slide. So I have a couple graphs here that touch on some of the water quality constituents that are affected by the new process. So here's our ammonia levels in our effluent, and along the way, I've got some vertical bars that show some key things. So to the far left, it was basically the old way of doing things. The old, our existing plant was running, doing its thing. In March of 2019, the nitrifying side stream treatment process came online and started removing ammonia from our side stream return flows. And you can see the dip down in ammonia levels during that time. Then in September of 2020, the first 3 basins came online, and we started treating partial flow through the BNR, while the rest of the flow continued to go through the old system. But again, you see a dip downward in our ammonia concentrations in the effluent. And then the last line is April 19, 2021, which is when we shifted all flow through the BNR, and you can see it just dropped like a rock. Basically, all of our results since have been non-detect. In other words, under detection limit for purposes of reporting. There is still a trace amount of ammonia, although it is under the detection limit. So we have a calculated average load going to the river now of about 182 pounds, whereas before we were sending more than 30,000 pounds a day to the river. So pretty impressive.
You're to be commended for that. Well, you and the rest of the staff are to be commended for that. I can remember back in December 2010, I think some people on the staff, your staff, thought you'd never get there, and this is evidence that you bit the bullet, and you did it.
We did, and the district, not just staff, but the district's board of directors have been nothing but supportive through the entire thing. So our thanks to them as well. None of this would be possible without them. Without your support. It's truly been a multifaceted team effort and a good success story, I think.
An excellent success story.
Yep.
And I think what thanks you the most is the Delta, because getting this load out of the Delta is certainly going to help improve water quality there.
Yep, agreed.
And this is Carmen. I didn't want to interrupt your presentation, but I'll tell you, when this slide first popped up and I saw that red line go all the way down, I just couldn't wait for you to get to the part where you were going to talk about it. So that's really amazing. And I can't believe I've been on the board long enough to have, seen it before, kind of been, visit the plant throughout. So this is an exciting update. So thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Next slide, please. This one shows effluent turbidity, and we've noticed and experienced a market improvement there as well. You can see again, it goes from 2019 essentially over to kind of today, and you see changes starting to happen as kind of what do we have? I need to explain a little bit. So we have north effluent channel and south effluent channel. So we have 2 parallel secondary effluent channels that carry flow from our secondary clarifiers. When we started up the first 3 basins in September, we could only treat part of our flow through the BNR process. And so some of our flow went through BNR, and that flow went to a certain set of secondary clarifiers. The rest of the plant flow went through the old activated sludge process and through a different set of secondary clarifiers. And so the north channel carried the the old plant or the old activated sludge process effluent, whereas the south effluent channel carried the water that had been treated through the BNR basins. And so again, after September of 2020, you can see that divergence. So it definitely shows a much clearer effluent with lower turbidities in that south effluent channel, which was carrying flow from the BNR. Then once we moved all flow over to the BNR in April, you can see that everything again is riding low. And I believe the effluents that we are seeing coming out of our secondary clarifiers was 1 NTU or less, which was rather incredible. Next slide, please. So this is the tertiary treatment process under construction. On the right-hand side is a granular media filtration structure, and on the left side of the slide is our disinfection contact basin. This contractor is doing extremely well with respect to their schedule. I believe they're within 3 weeks of their initial baseline schedule that they submitted at the start of the job. I think 2 or 3 years ago. I forget exactly when they started, but they're doing great, and they look to be completing work early. We anticipate that this will be online by November of 2022, which is basically 6 months prior to the deadline for getting this done. So again, looking really good. Next slide. I have a couple late added slides. They weren't on the agenda slide, but this is our next story. And once EcoWater is up and running with tertiary treated water, we're planning to send a large portion of our effluent, instead of to the Sacramento River, to agricultural properties in the southern part of Sacramento County for irrigation use in lieu of groundwater, their groundwater wells, which is currently what they're on. So the purpose of this is basically to allow that groundwater basin to recharge, and with that we'll achieve a number of ecological and public benefits: groundwater restoration, ecosystem improvements, water quality improvements, conjunctive use, and because of this, we've actually received a rather large grant from the state of California to help us implement this project. Next slide. And this talks a little bit more about the ecosystem component of what we call harvest water. That's the next step after EcoWater. So ecosystem and water quality improvements include additional 3,500 acres for sandhill crane habitat, additional 500 acres of vernal pool habitat, longer migration window for fall run Chinook salmon as a result of increased flow in the Cosumnes River, which normally dries up because of that disconnection with groundwater, and improved groundwater conditions, and reduce salinity load to the Sacramento and the Delta waterways by approximately 95 tons per day. So a lot of really positive benefits that we expect to achieve through the implementation of this program. Next slide. And yep, that wraps up my presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, the benefits you showed just now are impressive. And I really have to thank you guys for taking this where you did. It's a real asset to the environment, if you will. Particularly if you can extend the run of Chinook salmons and have more sandhill cranes and all of that taken together is really impressive.
Yeah, I would like to echo that. I was certainly delighted to see the public benefits to the groundwater and improving the ecosystem. All of it is if that's what we get at the end of it, of this whole process, I mean, that's tremendous to improving water quality, and the public benefit that it provides is great. Thank you very much for the presentation as well.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
And I'd also
Go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Longley. Thank you. Again, fairly new to the board, but been a lifelong resident of the Sacramento area, and certainly was a casual observer a decade ago in the acrimony that surrounded, obviously some of the issues related to the plant and the upgrades that were needed for water quality purposes. And I want to acknowledge that Regional San move forward with deliberate focus and purpose, and you guys have to be commended. Your board, your staff has to be commended for the efforts that have been made, which are significant, and you continue to lead, I think, the region in terms of efforts to improve water quality beyond just improvements to the plant, as you've just highlighted. I mean, it really shows that Regional Sand is an important player as it relates to water quality in our region, and you guys are doing what's needed to be done. And thank you for all your efforts, and please pass that on to your folks on the board and also the staff as well. So thank you.
Absolutely will. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions?
I have just a quick question on that harvest water where you mentioned the new grant that was earned, from the state of California. I know that you guys are still working on the first project, but do you have a timeline for when that might start, or when we might start seeing some updates on harvest water?
Sure. So we're actually in what I would call the planning and maybe pre-design stage. We've established, again, kind of following the example of EcoWater, we've established a program management office to basically firm up what the demands on the system might be, the water demands, to figure out how, what kind of framework we're going to create to serve all these future customers, establishing design standards, confirming some of the early thoughts about where the pipelines might be, how the pumping station might be constructed. So we're doing a lot of that work right now, and we're also in the process of trying to bring on a couple of designers to actually do the final design for the pumping station in the first couple large segments of pipeline. So things are moving. As far as schedule for construction, we're right now eyeballing early 2023 as a start of construction and delivering water probably for the 2025 growing season.
Wow. Well, that's great and exciting. And I know you've got a ton of work, but if you can keep us in mind when there's milestones, either, through a quick email, or maybe we can invite you back. This is an exciting step going on.
Absolutely. We'd love to come back and share our updates with you.
Thanks.
Any further comments? Well, let me thank you and echo Carmen on her statement. Your 50,000 acre feet of water, I'm sure, are welcome, particularly in these times of short water supplies and falling groundwater levels for the pumps. You're kind of like the cavalry showing up. So thank you guys for all the good things you're doing, and we look forward to updates in the future.
Thanks
to the board.
I appreciate it.
Thanks to the board for entertaining this one. I mean, after we had the update to the permit, actually, the last go around, I thought it was important that Sac Regional come and talk to you about some of the success stories that they've had. It's been truly a momentous 11 years since that permit was adopted. A lot of good faith, hard work on the side of the utility and on the side of the regional board staff to kind of get us where we are today. And it's really huge benefits to water quality, huge benefits to water quality.
Very good. If there's no further comments or questions, we'll move on to agenda item 10.
Hi, Dr. Longley. Debbie Webster has also submitted.
Oh, yes. I see Debbie's name there, and Debbie, I apologize.
Oh, don't apologize, Chair Longley. I actually don't have a comment, but since I'm on here, I just also want to, I think Regional San, the work that they've done, the effort that they've done, the working with staff is really what we want to always see as this is as we move to protect water quality. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Echo Water and Harvest Water. And it's exciting. So anyways, I'll raise my hand if I need to comment again, but thank you.
Well, I imagine a lot of your utilities are getting pressures, folks wanting to use their water in these dry times. Is that true or not?
Yes. And we're actually working with Water Reuse of California on some state water board areas to help with agricultural or at least further agricultural water reuse especially in the Central Valley.
Very good. And good luck on that.
Thank you.
If there are no further comments, no further cards out there, we will move on to agenda item 10. Designated tribal beneficial uses, proposed process, information item only. At this time, staff will provide presentation to the board summarizing a proposed process for assigning tribal beneficial uses to Central Valley waterways. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now hear the staff presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Longley, Vice Chair Cadera, members of the board. This is a really exciting opportunity for all Californians, for tribes, for us as a water board, and I'm really pleased to present this information item to you today.
Just real quick, and sorry to interrupt. This is a longer agenda item. I don't know if it has a natural break or if the board would be more interested in breaking for lunch now.
How long do you think it's going to be?
I think the presentation itself is about half an hour, maybe a bit more. I know that we have at least 4 commenters. One had to leave.
So what's the board's pleasure? It means we'll be done by 1, maybe a little before.
Carl, this item will go an hour, I think.
This item will probably go at least an hour.
And then there's also closed session, right?
There's closed
Well, the
session
closed
and
session
then the
is
strategic
separate,
planning item.
And there's another item after this also.
So maybe it's time to take a break and lunch.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
How long do we need for lunch? 30 minutes? Anybody object to 30 minutes?
Jessica, how many items are we discussing in closed session?
We have one larger item and then a couple of small updates. So
are we going to do those during lunch?
Yes, that was my plan.
Okay, what, 20 minutes maybe?
10 minutes to 1. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'll probably take at least 20 minutes is my guess for closed session, probably closer to 30.
Okay, so we will go into recess now for lunch. Let's come back at 10 after 1. And then we will start the closed session in about 7-8 minutes. In the closed session, you go to the other.
Yes, all board members should exit this Teams meeting and go to a closed session meeting.
See you on the other side.
All right, Elizabeth, we'll see you at the next in a few minutes. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
And if anyone is on this, we are doing a closed session to announce, to discuss items A, 1, 2, and 3, the Malaga cases, and then item F, which is the Valley Water case.
This is Gene. I'm back.
Hey, Jean, this is Elizabeth. Is there anything I should know before starting the presentation?
No, your option if you'd like to run it or have me do it.
I am in the Reading office and the internet is amazing up here.
Yes,
So
yes, it is. Good news.
yeah, seriously. So yeah, I think I'm good on running it. Thank you.
Sure.
So I'll just wait for the board chair, the rest of the board members. They should be logging on here shortly.
Yeah, I'm getting everybody co-hosted. Got you co-hosted, Patrick.
And Elizabeth will have Jessica make the post-closed session announcement, and then Dr. Longley will resume, and then we can begin the presentation.
You know, I'm totally chomping at the bit, Patrick. So thank you for that.
Okay, I don't see Jessica yet.
Jean, I did get word from Sarah Ryan, who was going to give a public comment that she was not able to stay on the meeting this late. And so she was wanting to give her comment to somebody else to read. Can I, if they email me who is going to be the person reading the comment, can I just forward my Zoom link to them?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
And they can just raise their hand to be recognized.
Excellent, thank you, Jean.
Okay, and here's Jessica. If you see anybody that should be co-hosted and isn't, please let me know.
We'll wait for a cue from Carl as to when he's ready to go.
Hello, Patrick.
All right.
Looks like we are good to go.
35 participants.
So I think we should cue Jessica to give the report out of closed session, and then we will move ahead with the agenda.
Okay. Jessica, are you prepared?
Yes, at this time, the board does not have anything new to report. We discussed, if anyone didn't hear previously, I had announced it, but we had discussed items A, 1, 2, and 3, and then item F on the closed session list.
Very good. And with that said, we'll go to agenda item 11. No.
10.
10, yes. Agenda item 10, de-designating tribal beneficial uses and proposed process. I read this one already.
Yeah.
So I don't have to, this is an information item and we're ready for the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Longley. Again, I am Elizabeth Betancourt, pleased to bring this item before you today for information and discussion. I work out of our Reading office, assigned to the cannabis section or cannabis unit, but am on loan to our basin planning section and spearheading the designation of tribal beneficial uses in the Central Valley region. So I will be talking with you about how we got here, the history of the tribal beneficial uses process, a little bit about basin planning, because I know we have some new board members on, and then we'll really get into the meat of the tribal beneficial uses designation process and kind of how we've gotten here. So I will share my screen. All right, so you should see the tribal beneficial uses presentation up right now.
We do.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jean. Appreciate that. All right, as I mentioned, we'll go into a little bit of history about how we got here because it is instructive in moving forward and why we've chosen the path that we have for a process in moving forward. So in 2012, tribes came forward to the state board and shared some concerns, some really serious concerns that beneficial uses, so beneficial uses are those uses designated to water bodies that instruct us and shape our regulations and how we protect water quality here in the Central Valley and around the state. Those beneficial uses, as defined, did not include tribal or cultural considerations. And tribes were also concerned about the lack of tribal input as they saw it in water quality decisions. Note that this input came immediately following the Governor Brown's Executive Order B-1011, mandating state agency consultation with tribes, but the input came before AB 52, which became a statute mandating tribal consultation in actions state agencies take. So it was really nested in that sort of beginning of activity as far as tribes really demanding the recognition that their sovereignty requires from state agencies. So in 2013, the state board recognized these tribal concerns with action. The state board funded and completed a statewide survey of fish consumption practices, understanding, of course, that tribes often have continued subsistence fishing uses of waterways since time immemorial. And then they also solicited tribal involvement and input for the development of tribal beneficial uses. Again, that goes back to the tribes noting that our list of beneficial uses did not include cultural reference. And so the establishment of a tribal beneficial use or uses was the goal of that process. So there was a process of development of these tribal beneficial uses. The definitions, multiple definitions, were adopted by the state board in 2017. 19 tribes and tribal organizations submitted formal letters of support, and more tribes and tribal organizations and nonprofits and others attended the hearing in support of this effort by the state board. This was adopted as part of the Inland Surface Waters, Enclosed Bays, and Estuaries Plan, if anybody is interested in looking up the process. So on to the definitions. I mentioned there was multiple. The first listed is tribal tradition and culture, shortened as COL. You'll know from basin planning experience in the past that our basin planning beneficial use designations are usually shortened just to allow for ease of communication. So if I say COL, that is the tribal tradition and culture beneficial use designation. And that beneficial use entails things like basket weaving. And I would say too that this photo includes the process of teaching, of passing tribal traditions on to subsequent generations, which is another cultural use of water. It includes sacred springs. This is one that actually Assistant Executive Officer Lapitz and I visited with the Pitt River tribe a few weeks back, way up in Modoc and northeastern Shasta County. And it includes things like ceremonial use. This is the Winnemem-Wintu tribe on Puberty Rock, which is somewhat infamous for the clashes with the Forest Service and population using the river up there and the tribe for its cultural use. So the definition for COL is uses of water that support the cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, or traditional rites or lifeways of California Native American tribes. Then goes on to give some definitions of that. It's very inclusive. Note that it's not restrictive to any particular type of spiritual or religious activity. It is inclusive of tribal practice. The second definition is tribal subsistence fishing. This is shortened to T-sub, tribal subsistence fishing. It includes things like this photo, which is of Pitt River tribal use They have historically used crayfish. There's endemic crayfish up there, lampreys and eels for food. And there are tribes in other parts of our region, of the Central Valley region, that use tules for food and use things like mud for health components. So it is a component of their diet. And then, of course, T-sub also includes traditional subsistence fishing. Here, of course, we see some really enormous salmonids. That definition for tribal subsistence fishing is uses of water involving the non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources. Again, it's not just fish as we sort of laypersons would think of. It includes shellfish, it includes riparian plants, all sorts of riparian resources that tribes would use for food source. And then finally, we have a third definition here, which is subsistence fishing. So remember, the tribal subsistence fishing definition is T-sub. Subsistence fishing is simply sub. And note that the definition is exactly the same as the T-sub designation or definition, excuse me, except without reference to California Native American tribes. This definition was developed so that other communities would be able to make use of the designation. Environmental justice communities, I think there were many in the Delta in particular who were active in this process. And then there are a number of tribal members or Native people who maybe don't have a tribe to be formally associated with. And so we wanted to be sure that subsistence fishing was covered for all parties. All right, just a little bit of basin planning background. Of course, we need to be in compliance with existing regulations to make sure that we can achieve success in this process. So as I mentioned, basin plans are the foundation for the board's regulatory action. They contain, and these are generally in order of the actions done to support them by staff. So designated beneficial uses on waterways in our region, water quality objectives to protect those beneficial uses. So for example, if people are fishing or swimming in a river, let's make sure that the water is of a quality to support those uses and it's not harming people. Number 3, implementation plans to achieve those water quality objectives. We can spit out numbers all day long, but if we don't have a plan to achieve those objectives, they're not going to get implemented. So basin plans include those plans for completion of water quality objectives as well. And then, of course, monitoring activities to make sure that we are actually achieving compliance with those water quality objectives, supporting the designated beneficial uses. So we are right here with tribal beneficial uses, right at the very beginning of the process. The other tasks will certainly come in time, but designation is the very first step. So just a little sort of situation in our current reality for tribal beneficial uses here in the state of California. Region 1 actually adopted regionally developed tribal beneficial uses in 2003. You'll notice that's a good 14 years before the state board adopted their definitions. So region 1s are slightly different. Their process, of course, was slightly different, but those beneficial uses do still stand in region 1. The state board tribal beneficial use definitions have been adopted by regions 6 and 9. So those regions, and actually us as well, have bifurcated the process into one particular effort of adopting definitions into the basin plan. And then the second part of that effort is actually doing the designations of those tribal beneficial uses. So Rob LaRue, who is our wonderful tribal coordinator here in Region 5, is spearheading the adoption of definitions, which we hope to bring to you later this year for your consideration for adoption into the basin plans. And I am spearheading the designation of tribal beneficial uses, which of course will come after the definitions are adopted. So a note too here, this last bullet, the definitions developed by the state board in 2017 have not actually been designated on any waterway in the state at this point. So we are kind of breaking some ground here, which is exciting, but also a little bit of a challenge. All right, the steps for tribal beneficial use designation. For us here in Region 5, we are asking tribes to request a tribal beneficial use designation to kick the process off. The provisions that the state board came up with supporting the definitions development requires that tribes confirm a designation on waterways before the regional board goes forward with designation. So the way we're interpreting that is we are asking tribes to actually make that request, because then we know not only that there's interest in a particular waterway being designated for cultural use, and that's something that only tribes would know, whether they want that or not. And then the requirement for confirmation of designation is inherent in that request from the tribe. Next step, after we receive those requests for designation, me and a team of folks here in the planning section will develop a list of waterways that are requested for designation. So we'll want to know where they are in the region. Do they interact with each other? Are there requests for designation on a similar branch of a river? What kind of existing dischargers do we have in that region, and what kind of effects do we anticipate having? These are not necessarily things that make or break a designation recommendation. They're just bits of information that will be really important for us to know as we amend or recommend the amendment of our basin plans in the Central Valley. And then after we have that list of waterways that we anticipate recommending for designation to you all, to the board, that is when the project under CEQA regulations begins. That's when tribal consultation begins, which is AB 52 compliance, but we are broadening that to all tribes in our region to make sure that every tribe is aware that this is moving forward. That's CEQA scoping, so public scoping meetings, public outreach, administrative record, and development of the basin plan amendment, which of course requires environmental documentation. That's the staff report, that's the supplemental environmental documentation, all of that kind of material. That of course will be made available to the public for comment and our response to those comments. And then of course, following that public conversation, we will bring these recommendations to you, to our board for consideration for addition into our basin plans. This is a really big question. The question of confidentiality is incredibly important in this process. And certainly we always have dischargers or stakeholders who may be concerned about the issue, but for tribes, it's very different. For those of you who have worked with tribes, you understand that tribes' historic activities, cultural, spiritual practices, ceremonies, locations of basket gathering materials, they are incredibly important to a tribe, sometimes even to families within tribes. And so protecting the confidentiality of that information sharing is of utmost importance for us. So the way that we're addressing this is actually through a really fantastic sort of thought innovation that Sarah Ryan from Big Valley Rancheria worked on with the Karuk tribe. They worked on it specific to harmful algal blooms, but we saw that it could be expanded for use in the tribal beneficial use designation process. So if you'll check out your screen here with the exposure pathways chart, so on the left are activities that tribes might want protected under the COAL designation. Collection of aquatic plants and animals. We don't have to know which aquatic plants and animals are being collected, how they're being collected, even the specific location of where they're being collected, to know that the exposure pathways for those activities include ingestion of water, ingestion of aerosols, breathing in water particles when practicing the activity, and dermal contact, so skin contact. Though understanding those pathways of exposure, and at some point when we get to development of water quality objectives, how often that happens, but not now, not yet. Just understanding the exposure pathway will allow us to understand what kind of protection will be necessary in this tribal beneficial use designation process. That will allow us to maintain confidentiality for the tribes and maintain a robust level of scientific understanding and backup in the evidentiary process to ensure that we're making decisions that are fully informed by the staff and the board. All right, so here is the more meaty part of the presentation where we're talking about process. I came to the basin planning section probably last September, I think it was. And so we have worked since that time really hard with tribes to understand what this process should look like, how it can be most amenable to tribes, while of course maintaining the basin planning requirements that we have as a regulatory organization. So this process was developed through that very robust outreach and input process with tribes. All right, we're going to start with challenges, and you're going to see this slide again because it is important to remember that there are some very real challenges that we have here in the Central Valley with the designation of tribal beneficial uses. First and foremost, the mercury water quality objective associated with tribal subsistence fishing is low enough such that it will be difficult to meet on most waterways in the Central Valley region. And of course, that's not a criticism, that's a statement of fact and a recognition that that's important for people who are consuming those riparian resources, but just an understanding that of the facts as they are, that it will be challenging to meet the water quality objectives of mercury that are associated with the tribal subsistence fishing designation. Second, there were no instructions that came from the state board of how to designate water bodies with tribal beneficial uses. Certainly the boards have wide-ranging regulatory authority for process and for amendments to basin planning. But the fact that we are first in doing this, combined with the fact that there are not instructions of how to do this, meant that our designation planning process was really important to be inclusive and to be thoughtful in addressing tribal needs, water board needs, discharger and stakeholder needs in the entirety of the process. Third, there are, if you have been around basin planning for any length of time, there are significant legal requirements and associated staff workload with basin planning process and amendment development. So understanding that we're coming out of a pandemic and recession and a freeze on hiring, this was a challenge that certainly we understood to be fairly significant for the regional board. And then finally, this is really important to remember that there are incredibly diverse tribal perspectives out there. Every tribe is its own sovereign nation, federally recognized or unrecognized. They are sovereign nations and recognized as such here in California. And so along with those different perspectives and different recognition levels, of course, comes very different capacity levels. Federally recognized tribes often have access to resources that federally unrecognized tribes do not. So understanding that federally unrecognized tribes generally don't have environmental staff. They generally don't have people who are able to attend meetings and have deep experience in the regulatory process. And even sometimes federally recognized tribes don't have that level of participation with the state process. So we want to create a process that addresses all of these challenges, key being ensuring that every tribe in our region who is interested in participating is able to do so effectively. And so that actually is a really good lead into our goals. So inclusivity, that touches on this sort of tribal capacities issue. We want to reach and include as many tribal requests as possible. So that's requests for designation. We want to achieve early success. We believe we're in a moment whereby the political and administrative capacity is such that this is a highly supported activity. It's an environmental justice issue. And so we want to minimize the amount of time necessary to designate to achieve that early success. So not only to take advantage of the cultural moment, certainly, but also to ensure that we have a template for moving forward with the more challenging designations when they come. So kind of a low-hanging fruit perspective. And finally, efficiency. Again, with the low-hanging fruit perspective, but we want to maximize tribal and water board resources, knowing that they're short everywhere. None of our organizations ever have enough time, staff, or money to do everything that we want or need to do. So we need to be efficient to ensure full participation and effective advocacy on the part of tribes, and that we in the water board are able to respond to that. So we believe that we've developed a process that answers the challenges and these goals to create an inclusive and expedient process to success. So our proposed approach includes an initial focus on coal. The major challenges of not having a lined out process, understanding significant mercury contamination throughout our region. The coal designation comes with more achievable mercury objectives and is more flexible in the evidentiary process. Whereby TSUB, the Tribal Subsistence Fishing Designation, will require a level of quantitative data to make a designation. The coal designation will be much more qualitative, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So this approach will focus on waterways with an existing TMDL. Note that while existing TMDLs may not accommodate the mercury water quality objectives coming along with the coal designation, there are stipulations in the water board materials whereby a TBU designation, so a coal designation, does not immediately change or alter an existing TMDL. So we felt like that was a safe place to include as we begin. We will be focusing on high quality waterways, and that's those waterways that are not listed for mercury primarily. And of course, high quality waterways also include those waterways with complementary beneficial use designations of municipal use. Rec 1 is contact recreation. Cold is a cold water fishery. Those beneficial uses in many cases are complementary to what tribes will be looking for in a cultural designation. So we're looking at this Venn diagram at this overlap area right here, and actually in thinking through where we might focus, here are just a couple of examples of where that focus might be. So the Upper Cosumnes, of course, is fairly clean. The McLeod right here, north of me right now, fairly clean again. The Upper Pit in a similar way, not a lot of development, not a lot of contamination issues. Clear Lake, some of you familiar with Clear Lake might wonder why it's on this list, because certainly Clear Lake does have issues, but it also has TMDLs associated with its major contamination issues. And so doing a tribal beneficial use designation for coal on Clear Lake would not present a really complicated or significant regulatory risk for the water board. Part 2 of our proposed approach. So we're not ignoring tribal subsistence fishing completely. It's really important for many tribes, and for many tribes, it's the reason they supported the TBU development process to begin with. And so what are we doing on TSUB? We know, again, that TSUB will be very data heavy. And so we're going to focus on the data and information gaps existing for a TSUB designation. The graphic here on the right-hand side of the slide is a cover page shot of the report, the study that Dr. Fraser Schilling did in support of the state board's research into subsistence fishing back in 2013. So we know that there are some consumption surveys completed in that study, but not everywhere. Not every tribe who wants a TSEB designation will have access to that kind of data. And so we want to see where we're lacking in that information. Water quality data, of course, will come into it. And we have this third bullet here. I just want to thank our executive team for supporting a request for a discretionary funds contract to support us collaborating with University of California at Davis, which has a wonderful and internationally recognized Native American Studies program. And Dr. Beth Rose Middleton and I have been talking regularly about how to gain their support and assistance in the process, in particular of tribal subsistence fishing designations. So we have a contract in the works and are very excited about that. All right, the benefits of this approach. So we achieve early success, which is very much one of our goals. We develop a template for more complicated designations down the road. We know that coal designations on lower quality waterways, and we know that TSEB designations will be more complicated, undoubtedly. So doing coal designations on higher quality waterways early on will allow us to achieve early success and understand better how to move forward successfully in those more complicated areas. We will be able to identify the information and data and other needs for that future work, just based on some of the research and our partnership with UC Davis. And we believe that this approach effectively utilizes our limited staffing as a water board and respects the resources that tribes have or don't have, as the case may be, allowing everyone to participate in the process. So again, this is the challenges slide you saw previously. So that proposed approach addresses challenges 1, 2, and 3. But challenge 4, this incredibly diverse tribal perspectives and capacities, I want to go a little bit more into now. So we talked a little bit about already that the provisions of the tribal beneficial use definitions require that a tribe must confirm TBU designation is appropriate. So that already requires tribal participation in the process, and that we, the water board, are asking tribes to be the ones that come forward with the request for designation. This process, as I mentioned, was developed with significant tribal input. Moving forward, we had a lot of conversations, not always in agreement, about how to move forward, how to be efficient, as well as respect the challenges and limitations inherent in our organizations. But this proposal, at least in conversations thus far, seems to meet certainly both the water board needs, but also tribal needs of those tribes with whom we've spoken. Finally, we are considering the development of tribal advisory committees, and Board Chair Longley and Board Member Bradford have been involved in this process since February of this year. They have both heard some form of this presentation at least 3 or 4 times at this point. So thank you for your patience, gentlemen. But both of you mentioned the development of a tribal advisory committee early on, and we'll get into that a little bit more today. So I want to, though, make sure that there is an understanding about what the process requires, which is that tribes must make the designation request. So we will be sending out an invitation to all tribes in July, an invitation to participate, to make a designation request. That letter will be modeled on the letter that we sent back in February, which was an invitation to participate in process development. And we anticipate including all kinds of good reference material. And we'll go into that a little bit as well. We will respond to individual tribal requests for conversations or meetings as requested. Tribes are central to this process, and it is incredibly important that they have the information they need to move forward effectively. I think many of the participants in water board processes might acknowledge the fact that our processes are complicated. They are regulatorily entwined between federal and state mandates and statutes, precedents. It is a complicated process, and it is an environmental justice issue that tribes don't always have the capacity to understand the process adequately to participate effectively. So we want to ensure through these individual tribal meetings that we can meet as many of those needs for additional information or process guidance as is possible for our limited staff. We expect to receive requests from tribes for designation by the end of November of this year. That's just a request. That's a letter from tribal council. It is a conversation with a tribal historic preservation officer saying, hey, I'm a member or I'm a staff to this tribe. We want this waterway designated. We want that heads up so that we can start creating that list that I mentioned earlier that will be the foundation of and the kickoff to the actual CEQA project later in 2022. And then we're asking that tribes, as needed, provide the evidentiary support materials. So that's kind of the backup information. So they make their request by the end of November. That evidentiary support we're asking to have by the end of January of 2022. We initially had the date up a little earlier, wanting to, have a little more time to create the list. But with some of the tribal input in our tribal summit meetings in March and the public meeting in April, and those comments that tribes are busy with wildfire response in the summer, just like we here at the Waterboard are, they would like a little more time. So we did push it back to January of next year. All right, so this slide right here is, as it states, a range of potential evidentiary materials. I developed this initially just for myself to better understand kind of what we might expect to receive from the tribes. This is not an exhaustive list by any means. It's just a graphic illustrating some of the types of evidentiary support we might receive from tribes. You'll note that it goes from information dense on the left to information light on the right. Recall the confidentiality conversation. We're expecting, and I might add, hoping to get more material from the right side of this continuum because we want to ensure that tribes are able to protect their confidentiality. So when we come to the board with our recommendation for designation, the support materials with those designation recommendations might look like an academic article describing the cultural practice that the tribes are asking to have protected. It might be as simple as a tribal council statement saying that these are historic practices that we want to restart, or saying that these practices have been going on since time immemorial and must be protected. This is the kind of information we expect to receive. And I should say too, excuse me, with this slide, this will be an attachment in the letter that goes out to tribal chairpersons, historic preservation officers, cultural officers, and environmental officers to tribes in July. And this slide shows another inclusion, another attachment that we will include in the letter, in the July letter. This is a cover sheet that we drafted. Rob and I have gone through this at least once, and Bailey as well, to kind of think through what kind of information are we expecting, how do we want it organized from a water board perspective, and what would be easy and sort of self-explanatory maybe for the tribes to be able to fill out. And again, as minimally confidential information as possible. To the extent that we possibly can, we will of course protect confidentiality. But knowing that we are a public agency, a regulatory agency, there's always the possibility that confidential information submitted as such may be found to require public disclosure by a process or administrative law judge. So we need to make sure that we know what we're receiving and how to file it. We think that this cover sheet will help the tribes in sort of thinking through the kind of information that we need. Certainly it will help us to stay organized. All right, so nuts and bolts. The Basin Plan Amendment development we will receive those tribal requests and the evidentiary support. Remember, we will begin mapping and analyzing those requests. So looking at geographic location, existing dischargers, any other considerations that might be out there. And then from there, we develop a proposed Basin Plan Amendment. And that's when our formal CEQA process starts. So at that point, the outreach to tribes will become much more formal. It will be guided by AB 52, which is the consultation requirement. But for those of you who've worked with AB 52, it is generally limited to tribes who have opted in or are considered AB 52 tribes. There are very few tribes in the Central Valley who have done that compared with the number of tribes that are in the Central Valley. There are more than 100 federally recognized and unrecognized tribes in the Central Valley, or with legacy or historic interest in the Central Valley. Maybe a quarter of those have requested to be on our AB 52 list. So that's why our formal tribal consultation will include not just those AB 52 tribes, but all tribes in the region, to make sure that we are doing the outreach necessary to ensure environmental justice protections for all tribes affected. And finally, we get here to the Tribal Advisory Committee. So one of the questions that we had for you, and just based on Chair Longley and Board Member Bradford's input, I think I know the answer already, but one of the questions we had for you was, do we establish a Tribal Advisory Committee, a TAC? We would want this TAC to include federally recognized and unrecognized tribes, again, making sure the process is open to everyone. We think that the TAC could help with outreach to tribes that maybe we haven't heard from, or maybe just won't respond to a state agency. There's a lot of baggage there, as you know, if you know California history at all. So sometimes hearing from another tribe rather than another state agency representative is a better way to encourage participation. We think that the TAC could actually really help also with describing the evidentiary process. If we come to a rock and a hard place between confidentiality and robust evidentiary support, the TAC will probably be able to help us think through how best to protect all parties involved. And we think too that the TAC will help us in determining the path forward for the tribal subsistence fishing designations, for those T-sub designations that are just going to be trickier because of the requirement for data and thus resources. We are proposing, and this I think will be new to you, Chair Longley and Board Member Bradford, we're proposing that these TACs be organized by Hydrologic Unit Code 6, so by HUC 6 in the Central Valley, which would make 4 TACs total. The reason we're proposing this is because of the input, and I would say really important, salient input that a tribal member gave us in one of the tribal summits back in March, saying, you know, many of the individuals, the tribal citizens you want participating in this process will not get on a Zoom call. They maybe aren't at their phone most of the time. Maybe they don't even participate in tribal council events. They're not in contact with the chairperson. It's those traditional practitioners that need to be at the table, and they want to meet you in person. This was the input we got. So as has been recognized numerous times in the board meeting just today, our region is enormous. Having an in-person meeting for every tribe in the region, while it would be interesting and dynamic, it would also be incredibly onerous from a travel perspective, and something that we don't want to put on tribes if one of our goals is to reach as many tribes as possible. And so organizing this by HUC 6 will allow for more geographic representation. So next we have a map showing those different hydrologic unit codes, which of course affiliate with watersheds. If you're not aware of the HUC system, it's a USGS system that organizes watersheds by size. So HUC 6s are bigger than HUC 8s, which are bigger than HUC 10s, and so on. So by HUC 6, we have a tribal advisory committee in the Upper Sacramento. We have one in the lower Sacramento, and the lower Sac, just so we're all on the same page, is from Shasta Reservoir south to about Sacramento, Folsom Reservoir. The San Joaquin watershed, and then the Tulare Lake Basin.
Do you have a slide that populates those with tribes?
If only, Chair Longley. I mean, I certainly could overlay it with that sort of rainbow slide that we had a few back, but we would need somebody who is familiar with GIS, which is not me.
Okay.
All right, the administration of the Tribal Advisory Committee. So you might be asking, how in the world, if you're worried about capacity, is the Water Board going to support the establishment of 4 different tribal advisory committees? Well, we have thought about that, and we think that maintaining these groups as informal groups, so we're not taking attendance. We expect to have really low overhead and administration requirements for this. Tribes participate as they're interested. There's not a requirement for participation to get a designation request approved, nothing like that. This is a come as you are, if you're interested kind of conversation. We expect to have 2 meetings with each of these 4 TACs this year, this calendar year, focused on coal, the coal designation. And we have some support coming. At least we expect to have some support coming. We have applied for and been awarded an AmeriCorps Civic Spark Fellow for beginning in September of this year. That, if you're unfamiliar with the Civic Spark program, it's a really wonderful, dynamic program that the Local Government Commission administers and has made available to state agencies. They recruit college graduates who are just full of energy and enthusiasm for the task at hand. They apply just like they would apply to any other job and serve in a full-time capacity, although they have some AmeriCorps requirements on the side. And we essentially get another staff member for something like $26,000 for the year. It's really an exceptional opportunity, and we're looking forward to the process.
Elizabeth, I think to make it effective though, we can put together these meetings and invite the tribes. There has to be individuals within the tribes that are enthusiastic sponsors of this. I think for it to be successful.
Yeah. I agree with you wholeheartly, Chair Longley, and I think that's the case no matter what the project is. It's so dependent on the personalities involved for success. And actually, partially in answer to your input just now, the California Indian Water Commission, so this last bullet on this slide here, is applying for our Cal EPA small grants program, environmental justice small grants program. And we have partnered with them. They're a group that I'm very familiar with. I've worked with them in the past. Some of them are pictured in that bottom photo on this slide here. The California Indian Water Commission is a tribal organization. So in the eyes of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, it has the same rights and authorities as a tribe. And they're an organization that's made up of tribal members from throughout California. And they have networks specifically with traditional practitioners throughout the state of California. And so we are partnering with them not just to extend our capacity, although that's a great side benefit. The main benefit is the fact that they themselves are tribal members and are traditional practitioners, and they will be able to reach the people in the tribes who will be the most, I guess maybe, as you were mentioning, proactive participants in this process, maybe the most interested in the process. Does that make sense? Does that answer a little bit of your question?
Well, that gives me hope.
Good. Me too. And then, of course, there's a public outreach component. We had a public outreach meeting in April, a couple months back. I will say that public outreach meeting was by and large attended by tribal members. So it was very similar to our tribal summits in March, although certainly we did have non-tribal participants as well. But we sent out that notice, and we've been sending information out to the Delta TMDL list and to our Mercury list, and of course to our tribal beneficial use listserv. And then of course to tribes as well, so that they understand and know what kind of public outreach is happening. And we will of course have a formal CEQA public scoping meeting once the project begins. We expect early 2022. And that brings us to the timeline. So we are just about done. I believe this is my last slide. And I wanted to give you an idea of what to expect. So we think that the priorities that we have created within our goals structure will allow us to bring you, the board, recommendations for coal designation in October of next year. That does require a pretty strict timeline on our part. So we're going to have to ask the tribes to stick with their request for designation coming in November. We would like tribes, again, to support that evidentiary material by the end of January. We're going to do all we can to help tribes to participate in the process on these timelines so that we can achieve that early success. We expect to create that designation request list in early 2022. I would expect that we could probably make that public as part of the CEQA project development in end of January, maybe early February of 2022. And then of course, tribal consultations and CEQA scoping meetings start soon after that. Staff will be developing environmental documentation throughout the summer and request peer review or public review of those materials in late summer. And again, that will support us hopefully coming back to you in October of next year to recommend water bodies for coal designations.
Very
so
good.
That is it.
Very good presentation, and
thank you, sir.
A hard job to do because, as you pointed out, there are some folks I noticed in the meetings that are very enthused and very interactive and I think they'll be back, but we want a broader representation and how to get some of those other folks you described that not necessarily near the phone, they're not using Zoom. How do you get their involvement? That's the challenge.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Well, I will say that some of the groundwork that Rob has laid with his work in tribal consultations and outreach as a tribal coordinator has really made some of those relationships very robust. That's the reason they're robust with the Pitt River tribe, for example, or with the Clear Lake tribes. And, we're working on a closer relationship with the Yochadihi, just west of us. And so, that tribal coordination is consistently building relationships that we hope to then use to increase tribal participation in this process.
Well, thank you for your enthusiasm and hard work.
My pleasure.
Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, Elizabeth, that was a very thorough presentation. I think you took in consideration many, many things. As a woman of color, I'll honestly say this was long overdue, but I do see what has happened since 2012 and that it's moving in a positive direction. And I truly support the Tribal Advisory Committee and that there be representation from the tribes, that they be the ones to speak and be the lead on things that have an impact on them.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kadera. That is incredibly important. I think for too long, we state agencies have been speaking on behalf of many groups, as you I think you're familiar. Yeah. So thank you for that.
Yeah, but I'm very supportive of what you laid out, the thought that went into it, the details, and making sure that the tribal community are represented, are now at the table and have an opportunity to participate. I think what you did was an excellent job, and I look forward to hearing back from you, and I look forward to seeing the tribal community be engaged in all of these undertakings.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Denise, I think you may have the shutter on your camera closed.
No, I don't.
we go.
That was.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, this is Carmen. I just wanted to tell you that your sincerity and your enthusiasm for this comes through in your voice, and I really appreciate that. And I think that, you know, if you're communicating that I think that's going to go a long way, because you have respect, you have appreciation, and I think you recognize the history and why these voices need to be heard. So all that comes through in your presentation. Everything that Denise said is spot on, but I just want to tell you that your voice and your mannerism communicates your enthusiasm. So I'm glad to see that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further board member comments?
Elizabeth, thank you again. I've sat in on a few of these and their presentations are excellent. I was hoping to get a copy of this one because you've added a few wrinkles that I haven't studied before. So.
Right. If you could send me a copy too, I'd appreciate it, Elizabeth. Got to keep up because you're going to keep working us, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
maybe circulate it to all the members. I certainly want to.
Right.
A lot of material. They're very thorough, thorough and thoughtful. So
sounds like a great idea. Any further board member comment? If not, thank you very much, and looking forward to the next meeting. I think we have some coming up at the end of the month. Am I correct?
We have nothing formal planned at this point, Board Chair. We are, Assistant Executive Officer Laputz and I are planning some field trips. We've been in the field at least once so far and hope to get down to Clear Lake. We have some tribes in the Central Valley who are interested in talking a bit more. So certainly we will be out doing those one-to-one conversations.
Maybe I mistake. Maybe it's the state board that has some hearings on the tribal beneficial uses.
Yeah, they're talking about safer also with tribes towards the end of this month.
Tribal drinking water is what's happening actually today and tomorrow.
Okay.
So it's
One quick question. Elizabeth, you had asked about the board and how they felt about the Tribal Advisory Committee. Did you want to hear any responses from other board members regarding that? I gave my support. I think it's an excellent idea.
Thank you.
I also think we have a couple commenters on this item.
We do. So any more comments from members of the board? Hearing none, then we'll move on. We have a card from Debbie Webster. I wonder who she is.
Actually, I'm sorry, I don't see her on the list currently.
Oh, gosh. Debbie commented earlier she may have to go and do work today.
She was listed as will use a raise hand if she wants to speak.
Yeah, well, I'm going through them anyway because, you know, using the tools on this aren't always self-evident. I also have a card from Debbie Rasmussen who checked will use raise the hand, but Debbie, if you want to talk, now's your chance.
Sorry, I don't see her either, but I have Sherry Norris unmuted.
Okay, Sherry, go ahead.
Hi, did you want me to read, when you say my name, is it to read for Sarah Ryan from Big Valley Rancheria or to read on behalf of myself first?
Why don't you read on behalf of yourself?
And if I might, Sherry, just explanatory comma here. Sarah Ryan and actually Debbie Rasmussen were both unable to listen in as long as it took to get to this item. And so Debbie had to drop off, but Sarah Ryan asked that Sherry read her comment. So just, I hope it's okay that Sherry give her comment for Sia and then also read Sarah Ryan's comment since Sarah couldn't be here.
Go ahead.
Okay, is it okay for me? I'm more comfortable reading the tribal comment first, if that's okay.
Oh, if that's what you want to do, go ahead.
Yeah, we usually let that voice go before our own. So, okay, so here's Sarah's comment. She is the environmental director of Big Valley Rancheria, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. They have been working with our organization and a suite of probably from the Central Valley tribes, 5 tribes that have been engaged consistently since 2009 through the TMDL process that we did with Mercury, and prior to that, at the time that the Karuk tribe started doing their work in 2003. So there's a group of us that have been working on this for, very many years. So anyways, I will begin. Good afternoon. Because of time constraints, I'm unable to provide these comments in person and have requested this letter be read during this informational item. My name is Sarah Ryan, and I'm the Deputy Tribal Administrator and Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, located on the shores of Clear Lake in Lake County. I'm commenting on the process drafted by the Tribal Beneficial Use Development staff for the Central Valley Regional Board. Tribal traditional activities continue to occur on Clear Lake and other water bodies in the Central Valley region, and we are concerned that the existing standards do not protect these activities. When water quality objectives were first developed for Clear Lake and other water bodies in the Central Valley region, they did not factor in exposures that occurred during traditional activities. Deliberate ingestion of water during ceremonies and long exposures, increased frequencies, and vulnerable populations are all elements of traditional cultural activities that occur on Clear Lake and beyond. This means that people of all ages continue to engage in these activities, which are both life-affirming and also potentially hazardous to them. Current estimates are that Basin Plan would not have amendments for years. Because of this concern and because of the oversight of these uses not being protected, we are requesting that the phased approach to be more flexible to allow tribes that are ready to designate water bodies do so now, and for the development of water quality objectives given a special consideration to be funded in order to speed up the process. We anticipate that some tribes might jump into a later phase of engaging with the regional board for inclusion of their items. The timing of the process should be framed to protect the new beneficial uses, and we urge you to acknowledge that multitude of tribes and the variability of their processes lends itself to a more flexible approach of tribes amending the Basin Plan to protect their uses. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. Please feel free to contact me if there are any questions. Sincerely, Sarah Ryan. So I will email this to you, Elizabeth, and that way you'll have it for the record and you can share it with the board. Is that the best way to proceed?
I would think so. Yes, please.
Right on. Okay.
And before you proceed, I asked Bob Chow to start the clock for Sherry on her own comments. Restart the clock. Go ahead, Sherry.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Sherry Norris. I'm the Executive Director of the California Indian Environmental Alliance. We are a California tribal organization. Our entire board is California tribal, and we do have 4 California tribal staff. We're a small organization, so that's 2/3 of our staff that are California tribal. I'm contacting you today for these comments. In particular, we've started this work. We're part of that group that started in 2003, working with the Karuk tribe, and proceeded to have some of the first statewide conversations with tribes about tribal beneficial uses, and have given multiple presentations with the State Water Resources Control Board and with multiple tribes, including Sarah Ryan, whose information I read earlier. At the California Issues Work Group meetings, with EPA meetings, and traveling up and down the state, we were the organization that actually vetted the tribal beneficial use language, starting first with the tribes in the Region 1 area, and then moving throughout the state, first alone with ourselves and the tribes, the 5 tribes that were really spearheading this. And then, and a lot of those were Central Valley tribes, a lot of Clear Lake tribes, in part because of the mercury issue. And then from there, we worked with NAPAC in Southern California, and really we spent a lot of years. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. So just the background. The first time that we brought this forward to you was during 2009, during the Delta methylmercury TMDL process. And at that time, it wasn't something that the Central Valley Board wanted to pick up. And so some of you, I remember that are here today, probably remember that time period. So these are our recommendations in a nutshell. One is that we quickly provide tribes with that information on what kind of evidentiary submissions for these new beneficial uses will be acceptable. Some tribes do have this information available, while others need to have internal conversations with membership to gather information from elders and cultural use practitioners. It's now summer, and this is the best time for tribes to meet internally and gather that information to community members. So please don't wait, and take a look at the timeline and see how that can be done quickly. Support the adoption. Number 2 is to support the adoption of tribal beneficial use definitions and water body objectives for those tribes that are ready. So as Sarah indicated, there are some tribes that have been working on this for a very long time and are very much ready. And the concern is that at this moment, we don't want to delay a longer process that might allow for unnecessary exposure. There are some tribes that know that there's toxins there that they'd like to address and would love to designate now, especially for things that are being updated in the region, which might be, the HABs work that's happening ongoing and et cetera. 3, that the process allow for conversation among tribes in order for tribes to reach consensus. While I like the idea of the regional approach, what we have seen in our many years of doing this is that, as Carl Langley said a moment ago, is that you want to find the individuals that are enthusiastic. And we have been working with some enthusiastic people for many years, and they're ready to go and would like to start these processes, but they're not within one area. So lastly, I do have some big concerns with the work plan as it's laid out, and this is the first time that I've seen it. So we will provide some comments after today, but we want to participate in this process. An organization working with tribes, we have a statewide tribal consortium working on this, which includes tribes in your region, very enthusiastic, very willing to work, and most of which have said they have not yet been engaged. So we would like to help and look forward to that if possible. Thank you very much.
Are there any comments from board members?
Dr. The questions are the 4 items that she mentioned are important, and the opportunity should exist for them to be included. The providing tribes with the evidentiary information, and I forgot the other 2 in the last one, that there be more participation statewide with the tribal groups. That's where we want to head with this, to make sure that you have the right people at the table participating and representing the tribal community.
That's right. And I also heard she's saying that some of the tribes are ready. Let's go now while
Yes.
we have the opportunity.
Yes.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? If not, another person listed here, be able to answer questions, is Meredith Howard. Wondering if Meredith wanted to speak.
Thanks, Dr. Longley. No, I don't have anything to add. Elizabeth has done a fantastic job. She is, very enthusiastic about the project, and the planning section is just lucky to have her right now. She's really been the heart and soul of trying to drive forward a process to get this up and going. So I'm just going to thank her for her effort.
Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak to this item?
Hi, Dr. Longley. We do have 2 more left on the spreadsheet, and the first one is Emily Maloney.
Emily, are you ready to speak?
I do not see Emily. I do see Debbie Rasmussen.
We haven't heard from Debbie. I believe I called her. Debbie, do you wish to speak?
She is able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Hear you, Debbie.
Oh, I do not have any comments at this time. Great presentation, Elizabeth. Very educational. I never raised my hand, so just hello, everyone.
Hello. Very good. Thank you very much for listening in today. I don't believe we have anybody else who wishes to speak on this item. We'll let them sign on if they can. And in the meantime, I'd like to thank Elizabeth for her job again and check and see if there's any more comments from board members. Seeing no one wanting to address the board further and hearing no more comments, then we'll move on to the next item.
Yeah, Dr. Long, before you go, I'd just like to acknowledge you and Mark for your work on this effort. Elizabeth has done a fabulous job, but having support from the board in this effort, I think it really makes it stand out and have a lot more meaning. And I appreciate the work that you both have done and helping move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
So there's
Oh, this is Emily from Buena Vista Rancheria. I was just.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm listed as Buena Vista Rancheria, so that's sorry for the confusion. But good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all today. And thank you, Elizabeth, for your presentation. It did clarify some of my prepared comments. But I am Emily Maloney, and I serve as the Water Program Coordinator. And I'm here speaking on behalf of Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians from Miwok Ancestral Territory in Sacramento. Buena Vista's tribal lands are located in Amador County, but our ancestral territory ranges from about the eastern bounds of the Delta and then east to include the northern Sierra Nevada mountains. And this area includes many important tributaries and rivers that feed the San Joaquin and Sacramento River Delta, including but not limited to the McCollum River and the Cosumnes River. So Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians is in support of the tribal beneficial use definitions and supports the Waterboard's overall intent around adopting the definitions into its basin plans and moving forward with designating tribal beneficial uses to water bodies without delay. Although we were not involved in the initial consultation process to develop the TBU definitions, we want to begin our process of gathering information about water bodies as we are able to. And we understand that many tribes have been gathering data, conducting surveys, and documenting water impairments that impact the environment and people today. So we suggest to the board that they move quickly to designate water bodies where there are tribal entities who are ready to move forward. That said, for tribal entities and individuals who are just coming into this process, like us, we'd like to see the Water Board provide information on the type of evidentiary submissions that will be accepted, so we can begin gathering information for designations. We do believe that letters submitted to the board from tribal councils about significant waterways be considered as a valid and high level of evidence, as it is a transfer of information between governments. We ask the board to also acknowledge in your process for designating tribal beneficial uses that all water bodies are considered culturally significant to California tribes. That said, we understand the proposed framework for going after high quality waters first, but it's important to work to improve mercury impaired waters so that these waters can be designated safely for cultural uses. I also would recommend that there are additional resources to fund tribes' efforts in completing these work tasks. In my final seconds, I also support the formation of a tribal advisory committee, and that all interested tribes provide or can participate and provide comment. So thank you all so much for letting me speak to you today. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from board members? Very good comments, and I particularly heard about your request that the format and forms of submissions on should be more clearly defined. Thank you. With that, we'll move to agenda item 11. And this time the board will hear an update from the Strategic Planning Committee on long-term strategic planning. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to the staff. Following the staff presentation, interesting persons will be given 3 minutes each to address the board on strategic planning. We'll now hear the Strategic Planning Committee's presentation.
Thanks so much, Chair Longley. Jean, is it possible for you to put that up on the screen?
Sure thing.
I do want to especially thank all the members of the Strategic Planning Committee who have been diligently working on this effort since day one. You know, that includes some of the presenters that you have here today, as well as a couple other people, including Carl Longley and Mark Bradford, who have been listening in on this message since day one. The timeline is in the presentation, and Gene, if you don't have it, I have it as well. There we go. Excellent. So today's discussion is a discussion of the objectives, the strategic planning objectives. This is nearing the end of our strategic planning adventure that we began about 1.5 years ago, interrupted for a little while by the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think right now is the point where we've done a lot of research, both internally, externally, through engagement with stakeholders, internally through interviews with program managers, through a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment for the board members. Lots of discussion about the board's values, its mission statement, where it wants to see things going in the next 5 to 7 years. Now we're at the point of putting pen to paper to develop the strategic plan, and key to that is the development of a few strategic planning objectives that we can use as a touchstone for moving the strategic plan forward. Next slide. So here's the timeline so far. It was back in August of 2019 that the board committed to the strategic planning effort. We moved ahead and developed a mission statement, a vision statement, and held some strategy sessions between the board and the Strategic Planning Committee about how this process would look moving forward. There was a bit of an interruption, and then throughout the summer of 2020, we began engagement with the water quality programs. We developed an outreach plan that took into account the COVID-19 pandemic. We then moved ahead, and all of the members of the Strategic Planning Committee went out and took stock of each one of the program managers to really get some program summaries together to talk about where the programs were, the 18 water quality programs that the board were. And then we also engaged with stakeholders through a survey instrument. After we received the results from that survey instrument and presented them to you, the board, we conducted a stakeholder forum to drill down a little more in depth on the findings that we had from that survey. We then are now having the discussion about strategic objectives, and over the course of the summer and potentially into the fall, we will finalize and approve the strategic plan, which again will guide the board's action over the next 5 to 7 years. Next slide. So here is what we're proposing as the outline for the strategic plan. First of all, an introduction to the strategic planning effort, how we got this whole thing started, an overview of the Central Valley Water Board, talking about our jurisdiction, what we do on a day-to-day basis, and then getting into the strategic plan itself, talking about our mission, vision, and values and how they were derived. We will then go into a portfolio management summary, how we develop our annual work plans, and what each of the individual board programs do on a day-to-day basis, broken down into these 5 general areas. Within those 5 general areas, we have each of the 18 water quality programs. We'll use some of the information that we gleaned from the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and the program manager interviews to develop that component. And then we will have the strategic objectives, really the touchstone for the strategic plan itself. Next slide. And just to kind of tell you where the strategic objectives fit in the overall hierarchy of how we kind of work things under the strategic plan, we've got the broad vision. That's a kind of touchstone about where we are as an organization. Our mission, how we're going to implement that vision. The values that we use to implement the mission, and then the strategic objectives, which will be used to guide all the board's work. You know, some touchstone objectives that are relatively general that each one of the 18 water quality programs can build upon as they kind of develop their annual work plans. And that goes into the specific tactics and the projects. So the objectives themselves and the objectives that we will be discussing on the next slides are themselves relatively vague. So they have a lot of aspirational text. They have certainly something concrete in terms of what the position of the board is with respect to those objectives. But in terms of what the actual projects developed under those strategic objectives are, that will be fleshed out on a year-over-year basis in the annual work plans that the program managers will put together. I'm saying this now, I think you'll see this in practice a little bit more easily, but I just wanted to kind of set the stage. And in terms of what you will see from the ultimate strategic plan, it'll include the strategic objectives. And, you know, looking through example strategic plans, some people have the question of, well, what are you doing to implement that? What we're doing to implement that will largely be confined to the annual work plans, which again, the board reviews on a year-over-year basis, consistent with the portfolio management process. Next slide. So these are the draft strategic objectives. These are the things that the Strategic Planning Committee talked about after distilling all the information that we got out of the Strategic Planning Survey, after we heard from the board through its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats discussions, after we heard from stakeholders through the Stakeholder Forum, after we heard from the program managers through the interviews that we conducted with the program managers. These are the things that were kind of boiled down as the strategic objectives that we're presenting for you today. They will be fleshed out in greater detail in the strategic plan itself, which you'll have another opportunity to discuss in August. But these are the objectives that we came up with. They are, in no particular order, adaptive prioritization. That basically means looking at the threats to water quality, what the board can do about that, and prioritizing our energies on dealing with those threats in terms of what presents the highest priority, and really throttling back where we do not see a lot of value added through the exertion of board time and effort to work on those issues. There's a lot of decision making that goes into that adaptive prioritization. Again, you'll see a little bit more of that and kind of what it would look like in practice in just a couple slides. Second, and again, in no order of precedence, a commitment to engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities. That's a commitment that we have today, but I think it's a commitment that the board can absolutely double down upon as we look forward as to what we want to be prioritizing over the next 5 to 7 years, what we want to be thinking about strategically in the next 5 to 7 years. Then responding to comments from many stakeholders that climate change and drought are their #1 issues that they want to see the board addressing on a day-to-day basis. We want to develop some type of climate change dashboard or portal, something along those lines, to communicate what we are doing on a day-to-day basis to address the threat posed by climate change, and to really communicate with the public that yes, we are actually treating this as the urgent issue that it is. I think that because we have 18 different water quality programs, and because a lot of the heavy lifting of drought and climate change policy is being handled by a number of different entities, including the Air Board, including toxics, including big legislation under AB 32 and things like that, it gets lost that the regional board is actually doing a lot in each one of its programs to address climate change. And lastly, and this is a focus I think that the board called out as one of the big things that it wanted us as a strategic planning committee to take a look at, is those internal process improvements that we can look towards to achieve greater efficiencies, greater engagement with our employees, and I think most importantly of all, greater equity in how we design our programs to serve the communities of the state of California. So those are the draft strategic objectives. Next slide. I will now turn it over to Rebecca Assami first, and other members of the Strategic Planning Committee to talk about those strategic objectives in greater depth, and to tell the board really what you would expect to see as we implement these strategic objectives in practice. And again, at the end of this presentation, we welcome the board's comments about these strategic objectives, and certainly if you'd like to add or modify any of these, we're absolutely open to do that. This is your document. This is your kind of statement about where you want to see the board going. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, board members and chair. My name is Rebecca Assami, and I am an engineering geologist in the Fresno office. The first objective we will discuss today is adaptive prioritization. As mentioned earlier, adaptive prioritization means evaluating and prioritizing resources based on threats to water quality and what the board is able to do about those threats. For this objective, some of the focus may be on permit requirements, enforcement actions, or planning efforts. As an example, one of the biggest threats to drinking water in the Central Valley is nitrate pollution. In this map, areas where nitrate pollution is above the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter are highlighted in red. Elevated nitrates in the valley are almost exclusively from human activities. These activities have the potential to impact drinking water supplies. Many areas in the valley where nitrate exceeds the drinking water standard overlap with disadvantaged communities. And often in these places, the only source of drinking water is domestic wells. Data used to make this figure helps identify where to initially focus CV salts efforts. Next slide. The Strategic Planning Committee has received feedback via surveys and the workshop on what objectives are important to the public and to staff. There is a lot of interest in this objective. Specifically, there's interest in having board staff look into the cost of compliance, clarifying the permitting process, and looking at ways to be more consistent in enforcing our policies. Adaptive prioritization may require us to focus resources on the most serious threats to water quality and waters that require the most attention. It may also require us to streamline some of our processes and make sure that our decision-making is more transparent. Next slide, please. This slide gives examples of potential actions that may help us with adaptive prioritization. Some of these are already being implemented, but have the potential to be built on. Examples include developing additional methods to comparatively assess water bodies or specific water quality concerns, evaluating some of the data and information used in our program. That action may include further QA/QCing existing data or exploring ways to integrate some of our data sets. Another example is evaluating existing pathways for compliance. And the last example, assessing communication tools, which may include updating outreach materials, forms, and web content. So that covers the first objective. Now I'll pass it off to Lynn Coster. Thank you.
Next slide, please. As Patrick mentioned, based on the results of the strategic planning survey and public comments received during the workshop, the need for more meaningful and focused engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities was identified as a priority. As one of the main strategic objectives, the board will make a sustained commitment to engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities to further its water quality mission and to increase the ability of the disadvantaged to participate. Next slide, please. The conceptual framework for addressing increased engagement with the underserved and underrepresented includes, first, acknowledgement that these communities often have limited resources or barriers to participate in board processes. Second, increased participation parity to enable the public to participate as peers, regardless of economic or social differences. This includes capacity building to ensure underserved and underrepresented communities have the knowledge and resources needed to participate in board decision-making. Third, strategic outreach with clearly articulated goals, coordination among overlapping programs, and a follow-up on commitments. And importantly,
a feedback loop to measure effectiveness of the engagement efforts. Next slide, please. The board's potential actions to be taken to meet this objective include providing resources to enable underserved and underrepresented communities to engage with the board. Resources could possibly be provided through supplemental environmental projects or grant funding. Providing broader translation services with the recognition for the need to provide services earlier in the process, as well as in different languages. Improving connectivity services to bridge the digital divide and give all stakeholders the opportunity to participate. And finally, working to increase balanced participation, recognizing diverse viewpoints and perspectives, and again, making sure these communities have the resources to communicate their perspectives equitably. I'll now turn the presentation over to Chris Flower.
Thank you, Lynn. If I could get the next slide, please. Thank you. So my name is Chris Flower. I'm an engineering geologist, and I'm in the Rancho Cordova office. I'm going to talk briefly about climate change. So in the outreach survey, stakeholders identified climate change as the most significant water quality issue facing the Central Valley. I believe we mentioned that in our last presentation from the committee as well. So next slide, please. So with that in mind, committee members looked into actions that board staff and programs are currently taking to address climate change. And what we found is that in the December 2017 board meeting, the Central Valley Water Board adopted a climate change work plan. That climate change work plan has provisions to be reviewed at least every 5 years and updated as needed. So we're getting close to that 5-year time frame where we go back and revisit that document. In addition, when we reached back out to program managers after having the survey completed and the outreach meeting completed, we did check in with them to get a sense of what they were doing relative to climate change. And as it turns out, a majority of the program managers and programs are already taking steps to mitigate climate change. Unfortunately, not all those steps are really clearly communicated. So one of the things that we're looking into doing is developing ways to increase the climate change mitigation and make sure that some of that material is clearly conveyed. Next slide, please. And steps that we can take to achieve that would be, as Patrick noted, the annual programmatic work plans are one of the key points for this strategic plan, and making sure that the programmatic work plans include discussions and have sections addressing climate change and talking about what the different programs can do to address climate change. In addition, working to develop a dashboard or portal that would allow a little bit more transparency with respect to the steps that we take to mitigate climate change, and also develop communication channels and feedback loops that will allow us to get some of that feedback from the stakeholders and regulated communities. And through that, the end goal is obviously going to be increasing the amount of engagement that we have with the stakeholders and the regulated community. And from there, I will now hand it off to Clint and Christine to talk about the next topic.
Thank you, Chris. Move to the next slide, please. And I'm Clint Snyder, one of the assistant executive officers in the Central Valley Water Board. I manage the board's Reading office. So in order to effectively address many of the goals that were just discussed by my colleagues, it's been identified that we'll need to continue to look for and implement internal process improvements. Patrick touched on this a little bit early on in his introduction, but really looking to achieve some greater efficiencies, higher employee engagement and satisfaction, and with that, help the board achieve some of the racial equity goals that not only the state water boards, but the Central Valley Water Board's racial equity teams have identified. Next slide. So some of the concepts that we've considered in developing some of the potential actions that Christine Croyle will discuss here in a second are that, first and foremost, we're a unique region. We have nearly 300 employees in 18 different programs, across 3 different offices. Streamlining processes has been important to the board for a long time, continues to be important in order to maintain efficiencies and consistency region-wide. Note that we have, as we have many times in the past, have developed and implemented the board's portfolio management process. That process really does serve as the framework, not only for current efficiencies and consistency measures, but also serves as that framework to continue to build upon additional efficiencies and consistencies that we identify moving forward. That's important because many of the board's programs, our administrative functions, our regulatory considerations that we take into account on a daily basis are all getting much more complex as time goes on. Those complexities don't always keep pace with existing resources or even projected resources. That inevitably puts continued pressure on our program staff and our administrative staff region-wide. And so that certainly is one of the more pressing concepts that we need to take into account, is not only how do we consider those increased pressures and complexities, but how do we address those in a meaningful manner that allows us to continue to move forward. With that, we also want to continue to promote a culture of fairness and acceptance, including, again, that advancements in racial equity priorities. And then finally, how do we transition to a hybrid workforce model that is going to continue to pose a number of challenges, not just to the Central Valley Water Board, but many agencies statewide. We are dipping our toes into that currently. This week, we've had many discussions on that topic, and we'll continue to have discussions on that topic. But the truth of the matter is the look and feel of the water boards to the outside world shouldn't be affected. We should be able to maintain the certain degree of customer service in our responsibilities in maintaining the board's mission and protecting the resources that we're charged with. But at the same time, internally, be able to accommodate some of the flexibility that the governor's office and our own staff have requested. So again, just one more of those challenges that we need to consider as we move forward. So with that, I'll pass it on to Christine Croyle, who will walk the board through some of the specifics that we've considered here.
All right. Thank you, Clint. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. I am Christine Croyle, and I am a Staff Services Manager 1 in the Rancho Cordova office. And I will now take you through the examples of the potential process improvements. The first one is recurring employee engagement surveys to foster an environment for staff input and feedback. The next is annually revised program manuals to streamline workflow and promote region-wide consistency. The next idea is training to support the incorporation of the principles of racial equity. And then the next one is additional feedback loops put into practice throughout the organization. And this would be to promote civility, inclusion, dependability, and internal and external feedback of the board's practices and program effectiveness. Next slide, please. A continuation of these potential actions is possible updates to the intranet and internet pages. This would be to ensure information is current and readily available to staff and stakeholders. The next is technology and tools to support hybrid work systems. There's also an idea of staff and management cross-training and mentorship. Next is setting up a system for cross-collaboration across all units. And last, and probably the most important, and we've placed a very high priority, is on adding administrative resources. And again, I'd really like to highlight this potential action because adding additional administrative resources is crucial to the success of making process improvements within our region. Next slide, please. I will now hand the presentation back to Patrick. If there are any questions.
Christine, this is Carmen. Are you going to go into that administrative support, what that looks like, I guess, in more detail later, or is that something that's going to be built in over time?
Well, it's a complicated question.
I know.
Yes, it really depends on, making the ask to get additional administrative resources. That is not my area of expertise as far as how that process is done, but maybe Patrick can allude a little bit into some ideas. But for now, it's a potential. It's something that we feel like is crucial to make, get these, the potential process improvements moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely know the importance of those things. And I just know that, that it takes time, it takes money to build in things like that. So I was just wondering kind of what level, if it had been considered yet, but it looks like it's still early.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do want to stress that the challenge with developing a strategic plan is the strategic plan should remain flexible and can serve as a touchstone to future actions. So realistically, the one thing that we'd be doing if we articulated this as a strategic objective is that myself and the other members of the executive team, when the legislature was working on water quality projects that it was going to put upon the regional board, or when the state board was reviewing budgets or looking at position allocations, I think this would add additional emphasis to saying, look, we know water quality engineers do a fantastic job. We know scientists, geologists, they are necessary to the functioning of our board, but just as important, if not more so, is the administrative support to help them get their job done. And with this articulated as a component of the strategic plan, I think this is something that we could hold up during each and every one of those discussions and say, no, this is a priority of the board. We have to get this done. Again, a lot of the ultimate decisions are outside of our hands. Staffing, as you know, a lot of those levels and the ratios are set by state board, but we are involved in those discussions. And I think there is an additional openness to having that dialogue whenever we have a water quality program that needs additional resources, to make sure that those additional resources include bolstering our administrative team. Because I think the water quality issues, as you well know, as board members, have gotten all the more complicated. And that means it's more burden upon our administrative team to do more with either the same or do more with less. And I think that's patently unfair. They've been certainly rising to the occasion, but we really need to get more resources into that area if we're going to continue to be effective as an organization.
And I get that. I have friends that are teachers, and they said, I'd love it if I could be a teacher full time. The problem is I'm only teacher part time, and then the other part I'm in, doing administrative tasks. Same thing with engineers, same thing with lawyers, right? So if I'm an engineer and I'm a full-time engineer, then let's spend my time doing engineering, right? As opposed to administrative tasks. So I get the importance of that. I just want to make sure I was understanding the way that, it was being presented by Ms. Croyle, that's what you guys were thinking.
Yeah, I'll just say too, Mr. Ramirez, oftentimes when we think about administrative professionals, we think about document production and answering phones. And in today's world, especially in the Central Valley Water Board and the state water board system, administrative professionals, that's the bare minimum that they do, and only a subset of administrative professionals do that. Even document production with the new ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act requirements, is a very complex task. Requires a certain degree of skill, particularly when you're reformatting permitting documents that can be a couple of 100 pages. That's a big task. Not to mention our contracting obligations. Christine and her team have recently worked through our revised helicopter contracts, grant management. All of those things require high degree of skill and knowledge. Some quasi-legal knowledge in addition to, sort of the administrative components and processes and procedures that we have internally to get through all that. It can't be understated, the support that our administrative teams provide, the technical staff and program areas. It's really critical.
Yeah, and I've seen it, right? I've seen it at meetings, that we've had where we can't make things public yet, right? Until it's been formatted correctly. And sometimes that delays things by weeks. And so I know the importance of it. So, but I didn't realize, just all the stuff that goes into it. So that's a good catch, because I think we, want to keep people engaged. And so that's part of it too.
Patrick, I have a question. I think when we started this process, we talked about either taking a leadership role in the strategic planning or following some template that the state board may have initiated. Is there any mirroring of a state board strategic planning in our strategic planning process right now, or does it matter?
Yeah, so the state board has been toying with the idea. Cal EPA embarked on a strategic plan via Cal EPA executives, but it was a relatively closed thing that they did, and is very vague, and we're still trying to figure out how we plug into that. State board has been thinking about it, but they never really went full blast and said, we are going to develop a strategic plan. So while it was tentatively kind of said, and I think Tam may have even raised it as, state board might be embarking on this, they've really been just doing type of strategic gut checks more so than really revamping a strategic planning process during the development of this. And I totally get it. We embarked upon this thing right before the pandemic, and we're able to kind of keep a toehold and keep this thing going. I think it would have been a totally different exercise entirely if you were going to launch this thing in the middle of the pandemic. So, we're kind of keeping tabs on that. The one thing we are going to be referencing, and it is something that we want to reference in the climate change component in particular, is the resiliency portfolio. And I think that's one of the things that we committed to, and it came up frequently within our discussions, both climate change, adaptive prioritization. I think it can be referenced in both of those areas.
They will probably end up adapting ours to their needs. But with that said, I was happy to see that you included racial equity. Speaking of the state board, this is a big issue with the state board right now. On the 7th of July, they're going to have a work session, and they'll be adopting a resolution regarding racial equity in August, about mid-August. So they have a briefing notes out there. You can probably find it on their website. They push some issues which are extremely important, and I think we need to probably go back, given that these briefing notes are out and the state board's doing, and see if there's anything we need to do in our own strategic plan regarding racial equity.
Just for what it's worth, that's not public yet.
Oh, it's not public yet. Okay. So they didn't put that on what they handed out. So it's going to be public very soon. They're holding this working group meeting. I would presume that on 7 July, they must be getting something out real soon on that. And
very close. Very close.
Yeah, I would suggest that look at that when it comes out. It'll have, I'm sure, a lot of this information.
Yeah, and we have been keeping tabs with that group. I've seen internal drafts, so it is certainly what we're forming here is consistent with what they are planning on releasing very soon.
Good. Any comments by board members?
I just like to throw in kudos to the committee for keeping this ball rolling and really blazing a trail, that other boards and maybe the state board will eventually follow. It's really been a consistent effort, and it generated a lot of public input. And overall, I think, the level of granularity in it for a strategic plan is pretty admirable, because they can get a little esoteric. And this one's really got some meat on it.
Right. It'll be my pleasure to chide the other boards in a chairs meeting when they haven't adopted theirs and we have one. So
On the gauntlet, yeah.
I have blue cards. Debbie Webster. And that's the only one. Meredith submitted a card, but she says that she's available to answer questions. And Sean Scruggs says he's listening to comments only. So you folks want to participate, quickly put up your hand, and if you can talk, and we will listen. In the meantime, is there any further discussion by the board?
Yeah, Dr. Longley, I would, I really do like the way the strategic plan came together. And I really thank all the staff and the committee, of course, you and Mark for working on this. One of the areas that I've always been passionate about was community engagement. So I was glad to see, provide resources to underserved communities to be engaged. And just curious, when Ms. Coyle made mention of the additional administrative resources funding, would be going to address some of these issues as far as to make sure that we have community engagement involved in this process?
So the answer is we'll be asking. I mean, I think that the ultimate checks get cut by the State Water Board, but I think that, for my purposes, when I go into these meetings with the State Board and we have a strategic plan that says this is definitively what the regional board is prioritizing, it makes that ask all that much more critical.
Okay.
So I think that's really one of the roles to play there. But absolutely, I think it's not just through that. It was mentioned, even through SEPs, it could potentially be one avenue where we could direct funds to capacity building. Let some of these people who are diligently working within their communities be educated a little bit more about how to interact and ask for the things that they so desperately need to the State Water Board, and advocate for their communities in front of the regional board is kind of one of the components of the overall strategic objective.
Okay. No, I think it's a very good strategic plan. And I guess, oftentimes you have communities that don't have the wherewithal. And so we go along with our programs and you hear it later, but they just don't know how to engage. So what you just said makes perfect sense. But I'm really appreciative of the efforts that went into this, and glad we're at this stage and moving along with the process. So thanks to all that participated in making it possible. Thank you also.
And I will say, Ms. Gadara, real quick, one of the things that we'll be doing, it was mentioned a little bit in the presentation, the connectivity between the strategic plan and sort of the implementation components really happens with the program managers.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're aware, each year the program managers develop their annual programmatic work plan.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we'll be looking for as the executive management group and working with our program managers is to make sure that the goals, while they're slightly vague, and that's by design, it's really so that each and every one of the program managers can build components into their annual work plans that point to those specific goals and objectives that are outlined in that strategic plan. And so as we're reviewing those work plans, we'll be looking for that tie. What are they including in that year's work that will address specific components of that strategic plan, and the sort of the coordination between the executive management group and those program managers is really that nexus between how do we get from this piece of paper, this plan, to implementation.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Clint.
Any further comments? Well, you folks are doing a great job. Seems like we have some truly remarkable staff. I note that we've had today some seen that despite the pandemic, staff has been extremely busy. We can judge it by about what we've been hearing today. Thank you very much, all. Patrick, do we have anything else? If not, I'll adjourn the meeting to the August meeting.
Let me make one comment before Patrick, and that was to we spoke about the committee, the Food Safety Committee. We acknowledge all of the wonderful work that was done by the team and the staff, but I want to acknowledge Clay. He oversaw that team and the work, and he was getting beat up pretty bad early on in that process to pull it all together, and he did with a fine team. So I just want to do a shout out to Clay for his hard work and helping bring all of that together.
You know, I join you on that. Clay looked pretty bloody. He walked out of some of those meetings.
Yeah.
But he stood his ground, and he stayed calm, and he addressed concerns, sometimes erroneously placed concerns with science and good thinking. So thank you, Clay. Any
Dr.
further-
Longley,
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you, Denise. Clay should have definitely been mentioned earlier. He handled his knowledge and depth in that area. I mean, it's amazing. We leaned on his knowledge quite a bit, and he did a great job navigating all the questions and even dealing with the MOUs and so many intricate things that were involved. And he just handled it beautifully. And he was the person to always call when any questions were arise. And he just an expert in everything he does. So I don't know if he's still here, but thank you, Clay. You rock.
Yeah, I don't see him on the list. So if Patrick, if you could tell Clay what the board has been saying about him, I would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. I think he's taken a well-deserved couple days off.
Okay.
So
Is he looking for rocks? Yeah.
he's on, you know, that poor car of his gets loaded down with rocks, and it's not a big car. Anyway, anything else we need to cover, Patrick? If not,
That is it.
I'll adjourn the meeting until our meeting on February 17th, isn't it?
February.
August.
I mean, oh gosh, yes. August
12th and 13th, and with the
13th.
concurrence of the board from this morning, it will still be an all virtual meeting. Though, Sean, you're more welcome to participate in the all virtual meeting here in the Rancho Cordova office, as are you, Carl, if you want to make the trek up. We'll outfit one of these rooms next to me with the gear necessary.
You know, the only thing we can talk about this later.
Yeah, we'll talk to you more about it, Patrick, and perhaps maybe I'll pay a visit.
Absolutely.
You guys take care.
Hey, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay.
You folks take care and have a good Friday and weekend. Talk to you later.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.